Yes, good. Let them drink first. What's that right here? Congratulations on the victory. Just kind of break it down how you're feeling physically, emotionally. We see a little bit of a bang up right now, and obviously that was probably maybe a tougher fight than we expected, but I guess physically, emotionally, how are we feeling?
¿Cómo te sientes física y emocionalmente después de la pelea y si esperabas cómo se desenvolvió?
Bueno, estoy muy contento con mi desempeño, ya lo dije. Todo lo que hice arriba en el octágono lo hice en mi equipo. Nada fue improvisado y estoy contento de llevarme la victoria a casa.
As I mentioned, the octagon, I'm really happy with the way the fight developed. Nothing was improvised. We planned everything with the team, and I'm very happy about it.
I was going to ask about that. It seems like a lot of success with that hook to the body, and then you were getting with that uppercut in the second round. So did the fight play out exactly as you had planned?
Pregunta que justo te iba a preguntar eso. Dice que trabajaste muy bien los ganchos al cuerpo también con el uppercut. ¿Esperabas que la pelea se diera así?
Claro, justo es lo que planeé todo mi campamento, trabajar el cuerpo, trabajar el uppercut, siempre estar trabajando esa zona de solar para poder quitar un poco de gas y seguir mi trabajo.
That's what we trained, and that's what we planned throughout the camp, just to work on that particular aspect, especially to take his gas out and to continue to do the work that I wanted to do.
Was he tougher than you thought? Because even the broadcasts were kind of amazed that he kept coming forward after taking so much damage.
¿Fue tan duro cuanto esperabas? Porque incluso durante la transmisión estaban comentando cuando en verdad duró bastante, o sea, estabas ahí dándole daño, de cualquier manera estaba resistiendo bastante.
Sí, la verdad que Clayton es un tipo duro, resistió bastante. Pensé que iba a terminar la pelea en el segundo round, pero resistió mucho. Muy buena pelea.
Yeah, he's really a tough dude. I really thought that I was going to be able to finish fight in the second half, but he gave me a great fight.
Were any of those leg locks tight at all? Any of the leg locks tight?
En algún momento, cuando tuvo tus piernas, estaba a peligro, sentiste que estaba, porque parecía que estaba muy bien puesto, ¿no?
No, la verdad creo que estaba solo amarrando la pelea para ganar un poco de tiempo. Y entreno en la HT Box, tenemos muchos cinturones negros, no me ibas a meter de ninguna manera.
No, I think it was basically stalling to get some time. Listen, I train in shoot box. We got a lot of black belts out there. We train that stuff all the time.
You pros to your girlfriend. Have you heard from her yet?
¿Hay un momento que escuchó de tu señora o futura señora? ¿Le escuchaste respuesta? ¿Cómo fue?
Es obvio que me dijo que un sí. Ella estaba esperando nada más el momento.
Yes, she said yes because she was waiting for that moment.
Congratulations.
Felicidades, caballero.
Gracias.
José, felicidades por tu victoria. Bueno, ¿cuáles son tus sensaciones primero de haberte llevado una victoria abriendo esa cartelera y con tu papá en tu esquina? ¿Cómo fue verlo después de levantar la mano?
How was it to have your dad in the corner? How was it, after they raised your hand?
Bueno, estoy muy feliz por mi presentación, por esta victoria. Sabía que sí o sí me iba a llevar la victoria a casa y más aún estoy feliz de poder regalarle esta victoria a mi padre, a todo mi equipo y a toda mi familia.
I'm happy with the win. I was sure that I was going to be able to get his win and take this win home, and even better to gift him his win for him and my entire family.
Previo a la pelea conversábamos sobre que Clayton iba a buscar por ahí intentos de sumisiones, pero que estabas listo para revertir la posición, castigar con golpes, por ahí pudiste hacerlo. ¿Estás contento con tu performance de esta noche?
And before the fight, everyone started talking about the fact that Clayton's going to take takedowns and try to get submissions out of it, and that's always going to look for the finish. And you were going to punish him on the striking. Are you happy with your performance and the way it worked your way?
Sí, estoy muy feliz sobre mi presentación. Estoy contento de todo lo que he hecho. No estoy sorprendido de nada de lo que pasó dentro de la jaula. Es más, pensaba que me iba a llevar un knockout, que yo iba a colocar el knockout, pero se alargó a los 15 minutos y igual estoy preparado para eso.
I'm very happy with the win and very happy with what we were able to actually do in the way that the fight went. I really thought that I was going to finish the knockout with the knockout, but at the end of the day, come out with the win. Gave me 15 minutes, and I was proved that I was prepared for that.
Esta es una división que se mueve de formas inesperadas. Un rival que tuviste antes como Khamzat peleó con Brandon Moreno, está cerca de ser un contendiente al título. ¿Qué tan lejos ves tu camino hacia la cima y algún nombre que tengas en mente para el futuro?
This is a division that just moves back and forth. I mean, it's very active. There's a lot of movement back and forth to talk about Brennan and everybody that's just moving positions. Where do you see yourself with all the movement that happens in the ranking?
Me gusta mucho cómo funciona la división de 125 libras porque es muy inesperada. Entonces ahora solo me toca esperar que me den el llamado. Yo creo que con esta victoria me posiciono ya para una buena pelea por el top, así que solo voy a estar esperando.
I really like the way the 125ers move. I think it's very active, and there's a lot of opportunities out there. I'm just waiting for the call, and when we do it, I'll be waiting for it.
Y para finalizar de mi parte, bueno, ¿cuál es tu plan? ¿Volver a Sao Paulo a los entrenamientos? ¿Se vienen las fiestas de donde vienes el siguiente mes de Moyobamba? ¿Cómo crees y cómo has sentido también el apoyo de la gente de Perú?
And to finish, what are your plans? Are you going back to Brazil and ready to get back into training, going home for a while? And how do you feel now just about the plans of perhaps go home? How do you feel about having the support of all Peru?
La verdad que vuelvo a Brasil, quedo unos días para celebrar y para compartir con mi equipo que me han ayudado muchísimo para esta victoria. Después voy a Perú, a Moyobamba, quiero disfrutar de mi tierra que hace mucho tiempo no voy y pues obviamente quiero ir también para las fiestas, así que espero que me den una gran bienvenida allá en Moyobamba.
I'm going to go back home for a little while because I want to share this victory with the team. They've been behind me all along. Then I want to go home. I want to go back to Moyobamba because that's home for me. And also, celebrations are going to begin in a short time, and I want to be a part of the celebration. I hope there's a nice, warm welcome for me there.
Right over here. This is the first time you've ever won by decision in your career. Obviously, you wanted the finish, but how did it feel to go all 15 minutes and get the win?
Por la primera vez que he ganado por decisión en tu carrera, o sea, obviamente querías la finalización, el knockout, pero ¿cómo te sientes de los 15 minutos?
Siempre he buscado la finalización, es algo que me caracteriza, pero como ya vieron, soy un guerrero de 15 minutos también. Pues, durante los 15 minutos, hasta el último segundo, voy a buscar la finalización. Igual, estoy listo para 15 o 25 minutos de guerra.
I'm always going to look for the knockout, look for the finish. That's what I work for. But I am a fighter that's a warrior that can take on 15 minutes, and that means I'm ready for 15, 25, wherever it happens.
This is the first time you've ever been on a numbered card in the UFC. Did you want to go out there and put on an entertaining fight so that they put you on more number cards in the future?
Y también la primera vez que estás en un evento numerado del UFC. O sea, la idea fue meterle un guión prefuerte para que toda la gente vea y para que esté listo para más carteleras como este y más eventos de esta grandiosidad.
Estoy muy contento de haber abierto la cartelera 328 de UFC y pues obviamente lo hice con esa intención de que me llamen más y pues que a la gente le guste mi forma de trabajar.
I'm very happy to have opened 328. That was the intention for people to see what I'm all about and to give me more opportunities to show my work.
Congratulations on your engagement and your win.
Felicidades por ello.
Thank you.
José, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Felicitaciones por la victoria. Esta victoria tan contundente es un mensaje que tú le envías a la UFC, al Perú y al mundo de que José Ochoa llegó para quedarse y para competir y pelear contra los mejores del mundo.
This convincing, dominant win that you had, it isn't a message to people to say Jose Ochoa is here. He's going to dominate. He's ready for it all, and he's ready to fight the best in the world.
Por supuesto, es lo que yo quiero demostrar, es el mensaje que quiero mandar justamente con esta presentación. Yo estoy aquí para quedarme. UFC va a tener mi nombre en lo alto.
For sure, that's what I wanted to show people with that performance, that I'm here and I'm here to stay, and the UFC is going to remember the same.
Finalmente, un mensaje para los peruanos que se están viendo tanto aquí en New Jersey, en el Perú, que estaban pendientes de tu pelea. ¿Le puedes enviar un mensaje?
And a message to all Peruvians, not only they're here in New Jersey, but all over the world.
Bueno, quiero agradecer a todos los que vinieron acá hoy, a Prudential, también a todos los que están viendo a través de la televisión y obviamente toda nuestra sangre latina, que tenemos 3, 4 representantes hoy en UFC 328 y estoy muy alegre de haber compartido esta gran cartelera con grandes nombres. Y a Perú, vamos con todo, venimos para quedarnos.
Thank you for all the support, for all those that came here, and for all those that are home and always support me, and also for that Latin blood that we're all well represented tonight. We have 4 or 5 representatives today, and I was very happy to share this card with all of them, and for all of Peru. Listen, we're going for it all.
Muchas gracias a todos.
on the victory. I guess physically, how you feeling after that? We see a couple nicks in there, but it doesn't seem like you broke that much of a sweat from the outside looking in. So I guess physically, emotionally, how we feeling right now?
Happy to get the win. Happy to go in there and get a good win over a very tough game and well-prepared opponent, but I could do better. I feel like it wasn't my best performance, and it's just more motivation to come back better the next time.
What was it that I guess you were, I don't want to use the phrase unhappy, but maybe didn't like reach like I don't know, did it play out how you expected, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Definitely not. I came in, obviously I want to go for those finishes as much as I can. And, I know it's unrealistic to expect to finish every time, but I just feel like I could do better. I could be better in the striking department, better in the grappling department. So, I can't wait for the next one.
Was it something that he presented, or did you just feel flat in there? Or I guess what was it? Because like you said, I think you said he was well prepared. So you think he kind of scouted you out and you kind of had to adjust on the fly, maybe?
I think it was a combination of things. He made very good adjustments, and I wasn't able to make the adjustments that I wanted to. If it boils down to it, that's how I would kind of word it.
I guess what's it like being in there when you're winning the fight, but maybe the crowd, maybe you can hear the crowd get restless. You don't want to take risks necessarily. So I guess what's it like to kind of experience that high of winning, but also kind of maybe the crowd isn't as pleased with you?
You take it in, but you don't let it get to you. You don't let it kind of deter you from your game plan. So, just aware of it, but not affecting me.
When would you like to get back?
I'd like to get on the Philly card in August.
Is there any names you want, or at this point you just want whoever you just want on that Philly card?
Whoever.
I guess they haven't been back to Philly in a while, obviously. So I guess what can we, maybe fight fans around the world, expect from Philly to finally get a pay-per-view and assume a big matchup in that main event?
I think that would be awesome. I think a lot of Philly fighters would love to be on that card. Philly versus the world. Let's do it.
Pat, over here.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man? Congratulations.
Thank you.
So did you train with Sean Brady at all this camp? I haven't been in Marquez at all. Have you guys been working together?
Obviously, he trains with a lot of the bigger guys. He's a couple weight classes up, but train alongside each other like all the time.
And I don't know if you saw, but conversation about the betting. Any idea what that could be about, or is that just media buzz?
I just heard about it secondhand. I have no idea. I kind of just tune out the world, man, when it's fight day, especially just focus on myself, what I need to get done, and what my teammates need to get done.
Well, unbiased, how do you see that fight going? Sean Brady versus Buckley.
Brady all day, by whatever he wants.
And top of your division, it seems like it's going to be Movsar next for the title. How do you see that fight going if that is what made Volkanovski versus Evloev?
I think it's going to be a really good fight, man. I can see that going a couple of different ways. Definitely one I'd like to watch.
I know you're not much for call-outs. I asked you this question before, too. I'm going to ask it again. 4 in a row. When do you start knocking on the door, and when do we start talking about you and the rankings and title contention?
I want to rank time. Anytime I'm ready. Be ready.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
Pat, over here. Look, this is not me saying anything, but have you seen anything that people have been saying on social media about the fight? I think that fans in general kind of not particularly happy. I know that, of course, all you can do is go ahead and win, but have you seen any of what the fans have been saying?
No, I haven't.
Well, there are some people saying, like, even though you're on this bad win streak at the moment, some people saying that they want you like cut from the promotion for that. What's your response to people saying that?
Not much.
You don't really care. You don't pay attention to what the fans say.
Not those comments. No. They kind of just bounce off me like ping pong ball.
If Philadelphia doesn't, come up as something you could fight at, is there another, is that the kind of general time for August, mid-August, kind of September?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. August, definitely. Philadelphia, that's definitely the goal.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Pat, right over here in the middle. So he kind of raised his hands after the fight as if he had won. Were you confident going into the judges' scorecards, or did you think there might be a chance that they could score it for him?
No, I thought I did enough to win for sure.
So you kind of did the Alex Pereira there for a second, where you got kicked low and then you kind of waved the ref off and were like, no. Did that bother you at all, or did you just kind of want to keep applying pressure?
Just wanted to keep the action going. No need to pause when you don't need to, right?
So he was pretty tough to take down and pretty hard to even control on the ground. You really didn't have him down on the ground for much at all, but you racked up a lot of control time. Did it surprise you that he was able to defend takedowns the way he was and get back to his feet the way he was?
Yeah, man. I can't say. I think he really, came prepared. His anti-grappling was very on point.
Best singer over here. Congrats on the win. I see the cast on the hand and the walking boots. Can you just tell us how you're feeling after the fight?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
I said I see the cast on your hand and the walking boot. Just how are you feeling after the fight?
Pain after the fight. I feel happy. I won 12-0, 11 finish, 3-0 UFC. It's good.
Do you know if anything is broken?
Yeah, doctor said maybe it's broken. Yeah.
What did you just think about the fight? You finished him in the final minute. Did you worry at all that it was going to go to a decision?
Not nervous. Decision also good. I know I take all rounds, and every time I looking for finish, and if not knockout, he was a good chin, and he broke my hand. Second round, first or second minute, I broke my hand, and I still try to knock him out. I punch him with this hand, and this guy, this crazy warrior, is a good chin, and I needed to submit him.
Was his jab better than he thought it was going to be? He seemed to be having some success with that.
I know he's good. He's a good cardio, good chin, and he's good defense wrestling. I know it before. I say when I give interview to someone, every time I say this maybe it's gonna be 3 rounds decision, something like this, but I will try submit him or I will try finish him, and it's happened.
Now 3 pretty good wins in the UFC. You're still undefeated. Do you feel it's time for a step up now in names and quality of competition?
Yeah, 100%. I talked Big Man yesterday. I will talk with him and a couple names. He said I will try something, and I'm 100% sure I need someone top 15, 20.
And what do you do for the rest of the night? Are you staying here until Khamzat's fight? Are you leaving and coming back, or what's your plan?
I want stay here, but I think they will take me to hotel. Maybe I don't want, but if they will take me there, I will come back fast.
I think right here. Were any of the names given to you, the big names, like the famous names that you say you want?
Who, Mick?
When you talk to Mick?
We talked about Maru Vittori, Ramanda Lidze, and Bo Nickel. He said Bo Nickel and Vittori has fights soon, and the Lidze upweight.
So none of those names then. From Mick.
Yeah, three names we talked.
When would you like to fight?
When I want to fight? Next, when I will feel good. They say 5-6 months I should rest, and I will try to come back fast. Fast recovery. I will try to, and I hope 4 or 5 months I can fight again.
So maybe Madison Square Garden again?
Maybe, why not? I like that.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Tyson Gore right over here in the middle.
Mm.
You started to wrestle in round 3. You didn't really wrestle in the first 2 rounds, and then as soon as you did start to wrestle, you got the submission very quickly. Do you think you should have started earlier, or do you think it was the perfect time?
No, it was perfect time. I want to show the people is UFC so level. I know it's fans like it. I hope you all like, and I like it also. I know it's my opponent like it. These fights like this, and it was a good fight. I like fight like this, but try when I start I try win easy, something with kicks, something like this. But you sometimes you can, sometimes you can. If you can, we start give the put the 100% from you, and I did it.
So you get that $25,000 for finishing this fight. What's the first thing you're going to buy with that money?
I don't know. It's I'm living in US. It's not big money, but
Fair point.
maybe we'll spend for my family.
So another rising UFC middleweight, Damian Pinos, called you out tonight, and he said that he wanted you to win so that he was the one to beat you. What's your response to that?
Who called you out? Who called him out?
Damian Pinos.
Damian Pinas, oui. So هون وظف بس الباختان كروتشي ويقرأ تحويت ثاني بطلع عشان هو تصنغلات.
I don't know Damien. What's his record?
I think he's 1-0 in the UFC.
I didn't know.
Brother. I don't want to fight some guy I wanna know. Give me someone 10-0.
Just right there. Congratulations. We see a lot of fashion shots, spinning back fist, spinning kick, high kick, stuff like this. What was your plan in this fight, and are you disappointed that it ended with a submission and not a knockout?
Submission Cortes-Acosta, il est normal dans.
No, it's okay. No, it's my second submission all my career. It's not bad. I also try to do grappling in the gym. I try, but I can't always. It's not bad. Finish knockout is better. I like knockouts. I try. You see, everyone. I try to give him elbows, knees, something, and no bad submission also.
It was tougher your opponent that you think?
No, I know he's good. I know he will fight all 3 rounds.
And I have another name in mind. You talk about it. If Ateba Gautier win his fight, it's a name you want, or it's not famous as much as you want?
No, I don't want to say his name like I want, but if they will give him, no problem. But I want someone bigger.
Thank you.
Right here, Shirkaev. So in round number 1, it started off a little. It was a little bit adversity for you. Was it frustrating at the moment, or were you calm and composed the entire time?
Can you repeat it, please?
Sorry. In round number 1,
slowly, brother.
in round number 1, you overcame a little bit of adversity. Were you calm and composed the entire time, or were you panicking a little bit in the first round?
Okay, Hopiro round it's a knockout on the that first time. More خلقت نو دي خلقت تويستا صباح ما تروح بقى اللي هون بشيء.
No, how I said, I know he will fight. I know I can finish him fast. He's that guy a good character, and he knows how should he fight. I know it's gonna be 2-3 rounds.
And in round number 2, it seemed you caught Dos Santos with an uppercut that seemed to visibly rock him late. Halfway through the second round, would you say that was the turning point in the fight, that the uppercut in round 2?
Sunt uppercut عشان ده story round ده it's a yok moment on اللي
I don't remember. I uppercut.
Yeah, you actually had an uppercut. He had a delayed reaction to it, very slowly out.
I don't remember, bro.
Sent him back a little bit. Okay, and then the final question: with your broken hand and the recovery time table being 5 to 6 months, what are you looking to do in these 5 to 6 months with your free time, or are you going to keep training the other parts?
Of course, I will keep training. I will try to learn English, try to learn grappling, something with cardio, something with it. And I'm young. I don't have time for this. I have to work, and my next opponent is better and better, and I'm also have to be better and better.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Я здесь. Скажи, пожалуйста, лагерь проходил с Хамзатом. Чему-то научился в партере у него? Вот финальный твой, скажем так, с чем ты выиграл? Это была какая-то заготовка? То есть вы это подготавливали?
Заготовки не было, но просто боролись, учились. Конечно, я научился, многому научился, но чтобы сказать вот именно этому, то такого нету просто. По опыту это передается. Нету такого, что мы 3 месяца одно и то же учим вместе. Поэтому со временем, с опытом все это передается. Все, что я сегодня в бою делал, те локти и много чего, которые я в бою обычно не делаю, я пытался как-то включать в бои. Это не то, что на спаррингах. Я на спаррингах много чего разного интересного выкидываю. И в бою это не всегда получается, не всегда к месту. И как-то тоже опыт в боях тоже приходит со временем, поэтому я как-то пытаюсь это включить туда. Иногда получается, иногда нет.
Сколько времени надо до следующего боя?
А если меня спросить, то я бы хотел уже в августе бороться. Я до этого боя уже говорил, но мне сказали, что у меня рука, скорее всего, сломана, нос, скорее всего, сломан, и мне придется полгода отдыхать.
Спасибо, с победой.
Спасибо.
Roman, front right here. Congratulations. Pretty crazy fight. We see your eye a little swollen up. That first round seemed pretty rough in there. So I guess physically, how you feeling? We see a little bit of the stitches. How many you get? I guess, physically, how you feeling after that?
Поздравляю, сумасшедший бой. Видно, что у тебя достаточно хорошо напух глаз. Какие ощущения от боя и прошло ли все, как ты думал?
Да, спасибо, thank you. Все хорошо. Живы-здоровы, через 10 дней снимут швы, через еще 10 дней приступим к тренировкам. И дальше будем радовать своих болельщиков. Спасибо всем за поддержку.
Everything's all right. 10 more days, stitches come off. Another 10 more days, we're going to come back to practice, and hopefully we'll show some more good fights for our fans.
What was the game plan coming into this? And I guess did the first round because it's like it was obviously the advantage of you in that opening round, but then you came back with a very impressive round 2 and 3.
Каков был вообще геймплан? Потому что оказалось, что в первом раунде вроде бы как бы он начал чуть-чуть лидировать. И это наверняка что-то поменяло, потому что во втором раунде ты вышел и стал биться совсем по-другому. Как изменился геймплан во время боя?
Геймплан был шаг назад. Да, внесли корректировки. Как сказал, нужно бить больше, чаще, серийно. Не получилось не одиночными усилиями довести его. Это не получилось добить. Главный результат.
The plan was never to step back, not to step backwards. That was the plan. And basically, after the first round, obviously, we had to do something different. My striking coach, Artem, said that I have to start doing combination punches as opposed to just throwing one at a time. That seemed to have worked, obviously, because we definitely dropped him. Weren't able to finish him up, but at least we know that combination punching worked for our game plan.
What's it like having to fight someone with your eye closed?
Как вообще драться с кем-то, когда у тебя заплывший закрытый глаз?
Ну да, есть небольшой дискомфорт. Кровь мешает немножко. Вот, там даже было видно, наверное, протирал немножко. Ну так, что это наша работа. Ко всему приспосабливаешься.
Obviously, huge discomfort. I don't know if you probably saw during the fight. I had to kind of wipe it as I was going along, but this is our job. This is our work. This is what we do. So we have to adjust on our feet.
When you dropped him the first time and you chased him down, the broadcast couldn't believe that you clinched up. They thought you should have separated and kept punching. Maybe you could have finished him. So I guess, was it exhaustion? Was it the eye that was troubling you? I guess, why didn't you try to go in for the finish rather than clinch up against the fence?
Когда ты уронил во втором раунде, все бродкастеры, они говорили, что комментаторы говорили, что же происходит, почему он не отпустит его, потому что если он отпустит, он его закончит. А почему-то ты как прилип к нему и пытался его добивать сверху. А почему? Это из-за глаза, это из-за усталости, это почему ты решил сделать именно так?
Да, мне вот после боя сказали, что нужно было отпустить. Как говорится, это была концовка раунда уже, да. Наверное, стоило отпустить. Ну, где-то и глаз заплывал уже, кровь мешала. Это конец раунда. Силы немножко тоже кончались, что я не стал рисковать. Второй раз. Жалко, что не добил. Надо было чуть-чуть, наверное, отпустить надо было второй раз.
After that one, my corner told me, after the fight, my corner told me that if I would just let him go, I would have finished him. But yeah, it's like you said, it was almost the very end of the round. The strength was kind of running out. The eye was full, kind of closing. The blood was in the way. So I wanted to make sure that, I didn't overextend myself and not finish the fight that way.
You dropped him again, and he showed, obviously, incredible toughness because he kept fighting. Were you surprised that he kept fighting after that second drop? I think it was in the third round.
После второго раза, когда уронил в третьем раунде, он все-таки нашел свои силы, чтобы продолжать драться. Удивило ли тебя, насколько крепкий он был, чтобы продолжать пытаться отбиваться даже после второго раза, когда уронил?
Да, Марко, Tulio очень сильный боец. У него был ряд хороших побед. В UFC нету, да, проходных боев, как говорится. И да, я уже, если честно, видел, что не настолько у него хорошо, сколько у него сил, чтобы какой-то критический урон принести мне. Я уже, как говорится, понимал, что сил на исходе.
Yeah, Marco Tulio is a great fighter. He's obviously going on the streak of a lot of good finishes, a lot of good fights. So, I knew he was a tough guy, and I'm very impressed with him. But at the end, in the third round, after that, I wasn't much worried about him because I figured out that he probably doesn't have enough in the tank to give me too much physical damage. So that's why we ended up standing on our feet.
And I guess when you heal up, what would you like next for you? A lot of big middleweight fights coming up, a lot of young middleweights on the rise. You seem to be kind of in the middle right there. So what would you like next for your career?
Понятное дело, когда все заживет, чего ты хочешь следующим? Очень много движения у вас в дивизионе, очень много молодых ребят сейчас подвышаются, идут вверх. Что бы ты хотел увидеть следующим?
Ну, мы же видим, что UFC подбирает прекрасные бои, матчмейкеры шикарно работают, организаторы. Так что пусть это будет на их усмотрении. Они знают, кто должен с кем драться, чтобы быть такие красочные бои, какие были красочные.
You know, we see that the UFC matchmaking team is doing really a great job. They're picking fights that are really good and fans like it, and they're very exciting fights. So I think we'll just let them do their job. We'll let them make sure and come up with next matchup for me. I'll be happy to accept whoever it is.
Would you want to fight these young middleweights like the Bisingers and the Atebas, or would you like to kind of fight the veterans and the established names that can, increase you in the rankings?
Что тебе интереснее сражаться с этими новыми ребятами, которые приходят, такие ребята, как Патингур и так далее, такие новые проспекты, или тебе интереснее все-таки вернуться к тем ребятам, которые уже давно в дивизионе, которые на верхушке, которые могут тебя привести к чему-то?
Да, интереснее вот с теми ребятами, которые приведут в топ, приблизят к поясу. Вот хотелось бы двигаться в направлении вверх.
Yeah, obviously the guys that can get me closer to the top, those people that can get me on their way to the title. So between those two choices, I would really like to get the guys that are more of a gatekeepers of the top.
At the last very second of the fight, you took a big shot. Was your concern, or was just an impression on the TV?
В конце самого боя, последние 30 секунд, было такое ощущение, что ты принял достаточно жесткий удар от него. Он тебя потряс в конце или просто так выглядело по телевизору?
Нет, раз, наверное, уже скопилось, усталость, конечно. Не было ничего такого опасного.
Yeah, it wasn't too much damage. It was just maybe by that time I was already pretty tired at the end of the fight, so that's why I probably looked like that on TV, but it didn't give me too much damage.
Ром, здесь первый ряд. Поздравляю с победой. Скажи, пожалуйста, в конце второго раунда почему не добил? Почему не добил?
At the end of the second round, can you please explain why you didn't finish him?
Спасибо большое за поздравление. Ну, что-то не получилось, что-то, наверное, поберег силы где-то, там конец раунда был, решил продержать. Хотя стоило отпустить и попробовать финишировать. Как говорится, деньги не лишние.
You know, something just didn't work out. It was the end of the round. I was holding him a little bit, maybe tried to save some power for the next round, but should have let him go, should have finished him, but what happened, happened.
Скажи, пожалуйста, были опасения перед третьим раундом, что из засечки могут не выпустить, что слишком большое течение?
Did you have any concern about that by the third round that they weren't going to let you out because of how deep the cut was? Were they going to stop the fight because of the technical?
Да нет, наверное, UFC это и нужно, такая кровопролитная бойня. Я думаю, если бы я был по пояс в крови, мы бы все равно продолжили бой.
No, you know, UFC is a very tough organization, so I think that even if we were covered in blood all the way to our necks, we would still be fighting.
Песня была другая на выход. Почему ты менял?
You changed your walkout song. How come?
Да, я первый, наверное, боев действий ходил под эту песню. Решил поменять. Тоже мне очень нравится.
You know, the first 10 fights I came out of the same song. Now I figured that now is the time to change it. I do still like that song a lot.
Скажи, пожалуйста, что дал тренер Артем Кузьминов тебе? Ты с ним, видно, часто в соцсетях вас и так далее. Чему научился от него?
Can you explain what Artem Kuzminov, the new coach, Jeff, the striking coach, what did he give you? What did you learn from him?
Мотивацию, наверное, мотивацию мне поднимает, да, верит в меня. Очень приятно, комфортно. Подготовку я прошел под его руководством. Знаете, мне всеми тренерами, с которыми я работаю, мне так комфортно. Ну, вот как-то с Артемом у нас пути пересеклись тоже пару боев назад. И мне тоже приятно с ним работать. Он реально верит, поднимает мотивацию. Я ему очень благодарен.
You know, motivation mostly. He motivates me. He believes in me, and I'm very comfortable in working with him. I like all of my coaches. Whoever I worked with, I always respected and loved my coaches. But with him, we linked up a few fights back, and he really just makes me feel comfortable, and he motivates me. He believes in me. So I think most of all, just motivation.
Спасибо, поправляйся.
Roman, your striking looked incredibly sharp tonight, especially once you started to find your range against Marco Tulio. At what point in the fight did you feel the pace started to shift your way?
Дарка у тебя отличная была сегодня, очень красиво, очень технично работал. Понятно, когда тебе стало понятно в бою, что твоя ударка сильнее его, ты понял, что бой становится на твоей стороне. В каком раунде?
Ну вот со второго раунда, когда я потряс первый раз, я понял, что нужно работать серийно. Это приводит к точным попаданиям. Одиночные удары, они не сильно эффективны были в этом бою. И со второго раунда, да.
You know, probably somewhere in the second round, like once I dropped him in the second round, I realized that combos really work. You know, I have a strong one punch, one jab or whatever, but with that, it's not giving him as much damage as the combos that I've been able to put together. Once I figured out the combos work, I think that's when I knew the fight was me on my side.
After a performance like this against an opponent like Marco Tulio himself, what statement do you feel you made to the division tonight?
После такого шикарного выступления против такого серьезного оппонента, как Марко Тулио, что тебе кажется, ты заявил о себе всему дивизиону этим боем?
Что рано нас еще списывать, мы повоюем, так что движемся только вперед.
The fact that we're not out of here yet, we're still going to be able to fight, we're still going to present problems to people, so we're going to move forward.
Fans often focus on finishes, but tonight your fight IQ really stood out with the technical striking on the feet. How much pride do you put on your strategic side of your striking?
Очень часто фанатов интересует непосредственно финиши, досачиваешь кого-то, но в данном случае было очень хорошо смотреть на твою технику. Ты технически его все 3 раунда побеждал. Что ты хочешь сказать вот этим, то, что можно выигрывать бои и техникой, не только финишем?
Ну да, такие бои, наверное, кровопролитные, да, где то в одну сторону, то в другую, зрителям интересные. Ну, понятно, что быстрые финиши тоже хорошо, но когда такие бои кость в кость, есть кровь, я думаю, что они тоже несут ценность для фанатов, для UFC. Ну и для меня это опыт. Как говорится, вся дистанция пройти, это тоже не так все просто.
You know, fans also really appreciate this type of fights, the technical fights, lots of blood, bone to bone, just us standing in front of him, standing and trading the entire time. Obviously, everybody loves finishes, but when you watch a fight like that, that's super technical, I think that also is good for the sport. It brings the fans to the sport as well. And really, for me, that's a good experience, right? It's not always a finish and you're out of there, but if you go 3 rounds like that, bone to bone, it's really good for myself as a fighter.
Thank you, Roman.
Roman, right over here. You lost 2 in a row coming into this fight. Did you make any changes in terms of training or mentality heading in to make sure you got the win tonight?
Ты до этого боя шел на серии из 2 проигрышев. Что-то ты поменял, что-то изменилось, может быть, стратегии, может быть, в лагере. Что ты изменил для того, чтобы получить победу сегодня?
Ну, я приехал заранее, да, в Америку. Наверное, кардинально ничего не поменяли, просто в тех боях где-то просто я не дожимал, что-то не хватало. А здесь получилось, как говорится, дожимать, идти вперед, работать серийно. Вот этого не хватало в предыдущих боях.
You know, the biggest thing that changed really is just coming to the States early at a time, 2 months ahead of time to make sure to prepare for the fight here in the States. But other than that, not much things was changed. We're always trained really hard for all the fights. It's just that in this one, we'll be able to put the combinations together. The combinations start working. So I think in the last couple of times, it's just I wasn't able to find that key to victory, which is combos. This time around, I was able to find it.
Oh, is that play for me?
Yeah, Jim. Right here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That seemed like almost the same as the Clay Guida fight in this arena, like 7-8 years ago. A quick first round guillotine. Did you envision that as one of the possibilities of finishing this fight?
Yeah, the guillotine is Dustin likes to say that, don't be silly, jump the gilly. I mean, I've got the most guillotine finishes, right? So I think that's mine. That should be my phrase. Yeah, it just happens, right? At this point, I've drilled it so many times. It's part of who I am, honestly. So yeah, it's always there. It's always an option. Jared has fought out of a lot of guillotines in the past. He's proven that he's not easy to finish. But yeah, I just apply mine a little bit differently, and yeah, there's really no rush when I lock it on there. So once I was able to get full guard, I glanced up at the clock and I saw a minute 40 something, and I was like, okay, like we got time. We're gonna get them and just hold out. And that's that's really what it was. I mean, I'm using my whole body on it. I'm not like fighting my arms against my legs like a lot of people do. So yeah, I was just able to keep the pressure on there, and then he started to panic, and I knew the finish was close.
And you did see like kind of the emotion on your face in the seconds leading up to when he did tap. And I know you've been through a lot of like injuries, mental physical stuff with family. Like, is there moments of doubt leading into the fight? And I guess when you're that close, like, does any of that kind of come to mind as you're trying to get that final squeeze?
No, not in the guillotine. No. Like in there, everything's moving like mile a minute, right? Like, or in slow motion. It's really weird. I wish I could. I wish you guys could see what it's like, right? Without the pain, right? You just deal, see what it's like to go through a fight. It's unique when you get into that like flow state, right? And things just happen. But like I if I was thinking about all those things, if I was thinking about the injuries or my son's health issues and stuff like that, and I mean, there's been over the years, there's been plenty of stuff. There's been financial stuff. There's been this. There's been that. So it's like, if I thought about those things when I was warming up or making the walk or in the octagon, I wouldn't be here today. It's I guess it's like I haven't had to really focus on compartmentalizing that stuff because it does it naturally. Fighting immediately after my brother was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do, because then during the warm up, I'm seeing him and I'm seeing the look on his face, and it's like, he is not here. Like, shit, like this is not cool. And then having to turn that off and wanting to be there for him and just having to go and fight the undefeated Iranian national champ wrestler was like it. Fortunately, I haven't had to deal with the some of the psychological stuff that maybe some other athletes do, because it just shuts off for me. It's elevator music.
What about when the fight ends though? Like, and you can kind of have that output and know all your family's there watching, and just like, how good did this one in particular feel?
It felt great. It's awesome to it's awesome to be here. It's awesome to get to fight. Like I get this opportunity. Like I earned it, and I still get to do it. And I haven't like asked every fighter that's retired, but I can very confidently say that a vast majority of them are fighting or are retiring, like because their body's breaking down or because they're not be able to keep up with the sport. And I've been able to do both of those things. I've been able to stay healthy, and I've been able to keep up with my opponents. So yeah, it's nobody retires because they made too much money or winning's too easy. So yeah, to still get to do that after all this time, just about 18 years. It's wild. I didn't expect this.
One of the coolest things about seeing you win is just like going online and seeing the fellow fighters praising you and just their reactions. And I'm sure you'll see all that stuff later. But where do you take it from here? You're one finish behind Charles Oliveira now for the most in history. Took over the divisional submission wins, and obviously most wins in history. So is it 50 and you're out? Do you feel good enough to get to that now? Or
Yeah. It's a day-to-day thing, right? So there's obviously things that I deal with, right? There's this pretty famous college professor, Henry Jones Jr. You might know him as Indiana. He said, it's not the years, it's the miles, right? I've got a lot of miles on the body. So, I want to get to 50. I don't want anything stupid to happen. That's why I train with the team that I do. They're awesome guys. I don't get all the looks in the room, right? Like it'd be nice to like have particular body types and styles. But I have a group of guys that I can trust, that trust me. We can do what I need to do to prepare, and they give me the looks that I need. And I can do it in a safe way, and I think way too many careers in this sport are cut short by silly injuries and preventable injuries that happen inside the room. So, I want to get to 50 and then be able to sail off into the sunset.
Jim, right here. I think if it was up to you, just show up and fight, like not have to do all of this. Is it, I guess, because you said if you just wanted to focus on the fight in front of you, not all the outside noise, but like when you have to speak with us, like obviously we're going to ask about a lot of these things. Is that annoying throughout the week that it's just constantly being brought up?
No. We're just having conversations, like it's I understand why some of my peers do what they do, and they do the persona stuff and all that, and I can understand. I understand enough about different personalities to understand that some people really are uncomfortable with that, and like rehashing some stuff. But to me, I've always felt like this is such a pure sport. There's no ball, there's no bat, there's no nothing. It's just two fighters inside of a raised platform, right? We're not supposed to say cage. Two fighters inside the octagon. And us men, it's like I wear a cup, a mouthpiece, shorts, and gloves, and that's it, right? So it's like you have two humans in the purest form in sport competing in the purest sport that there is. So like I take it very seriously, and I look at it very honestly, and I don't feel like it's appropriate for me to, put on fluff or whatever, because I feel like it's a knock to me, and anybody can do whatever they want, and like they're adults, and if it makes them more money, good for them. I'm happy for them. But I don't mind talking with you guys, honestly.
And then kind of go off of that, when Cub Swanson just retired at his post-fight scrum, he said he regretted announcing his retirement before the fight. Like he regretted announcing, this is my last one.
Yeah.
And Dustin kind of said the same thing, because all week they were getting messages and they were getting video packages, and they were like, guys, I still have to fight. Like, I don't want to do this. So have you thought about that? Like, I don't like what that will be like that last fight week is probably going to be a lot of Jim Miller video packages while you're cutting weight.
I have thought about that, and I guess I'm just different than them, because like I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that moment, I was so close to ask, getting when I fought Diego at 196. What's up, fellas? Ladies, I was so close to retiring at UFC 200. Like I was training for that fight at 196, and I was like, I need to get through this, and like I want to get to 200, because it was like, hey, fight on 100 and 200, and that'll be cool, And I think that going through what I went through made it a lot easier for me to talk about it, and to like, because I already dealt with it. I already had those. I already had a camp where I couldn't do anything. Like I was so broken down that like the guys would be sparring and I would be trotting on the treadmill because if I even thought about doing live, I was banged up for 3 days. So like there's already been that like I've already gone through it. I've already dealt with those demons, and I've already like I conquered the ego with it, and now it's like, okay, like let's get to the point where we're satisfied with fighting. And of course I'm, like numbers are kind of one of my things, but yeah, so I want to get to 50.
I would imagine inevitable Hall of Fame introduction. Your brother's probably going to do the speech.
Dan, no.
Just ready. Congrats for this win in front of your family.
Yes.
I think it's still good. My question is this one. Are you trying to reach an unbreakable record? And how do you think it will be difficult in the future to reach the longevity you got in the UFC?
I do think it will be difficult, and it sure as heck was to get to this point. It's not necessarily like, hey, I want to hit this number so that nobody else can. It's just kind of like it's a nice round number, right? Like getting to 50, like getting to 48 just doesn't sound as good as getting to 50. Especially I've gone this far. So yeah, it's there are a couple guys that I feel like might be able to approach it. But the hardest part is like you like I had said, about Nate, it's like as you approach 30 fights in the UFC, your body just starts to break down, and it's not easy to go through these camps. It's like you're just like accepting pain and misery and like, I'm gonna get up in the morning and everything's gonna hurt, right? Like, and that's what makes people fall out of love with the sport, is because it just hurts too damn much. So yeah, like if I can get to it, that's cool. And if somebody ends up beating me and getting to a higher number, hey man, I'll be happy for them.
Last question for me. I never saw you refuse a challenge. So if you get the choice for the last one, will it be an up and comer or a veteran?
Whoever. I don't know. I unfortunately I think I might have broke my hand, my left hand in the 4 minutes that we were fighting. But I hear this was an Irishman looking for a fight. I think that'd be a fun one.
I hope you recover well. Congrats.
Jim, when do you think you hurt that hand?
When I punched him in the head.
One of those times.
It was a 1-round fight. I hurt him in the first round.
Fair enough. Obviously, your family was very quickly on your mind after that win, though.
Yes, yeah. My daughter's making faces behind you, trying to.
That's fine.
Trying to distract me.
Ears, whatever she wants to do. That's fine. When you get up there and when you think about everything your family has collectively gone through, everything your son has gone through, I mean, what did you learn kind of from that experience as a man, as a father, from this whole last year?
It's not so much that I learned anything new. Like I knew that my son is tough as nails. I knew that he could handle that. I knew that his siblings would support him and get behind him and be his biggest, supporters. Like those are all like I already knew it. It kind of just solidified the way of life that I try to lead. My wife, we try to the home we try to have, and yeah, it was there's really nothing. There's nothing new. It was just like, hey, we have this thing, and it sucks and it's scary, and obviously we don't want to go through this fight, this battle, but once we figured out a game plan, it's like we work every day towards that goal of beating it, envisioned ourselves at the end. And that's the thing is like when I'm gearing up for a fight, and you know, and I'm in the back or whatever, and it's like my mind is always like overcoming. It's overcoming a hard fight. It's like, yeah, I'm bleeding, I'm broken, I'm hurt, but I'm still fighting. And you know, that's kind of the attitude that we had with that. It's like, hey, we got knocked on our ass by it, and got up and fought our way through.
Did you get to see them before they just walked in here after the fight?
I saw them up on the monitor. Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah.
you haven't gotten a chance to talk.
No. Yeah. I haven't gotten to hug them. Yeah.
All right. We try to wrap this up soon.
John Arwick, Tunnel Vision Sports. Jim, you've nearly fought 50 fights.
Mhm.
You know, you've fought across multiple eras of the UFC. You know, how has that mindset overall just evolved over time? Still compete at a high level.
It's definitely evolved a lot. You know, I came into this organization hot, you know, and went 9-1, and then still like it took until about 2015, so 7 years in the promotion. Up until that point, I had one loss that was to somebody that didn't either fight for or hold the title. Like I was right there. And it's like, yeah, okay. I was working my way up to fight my friend, Frankie. Right. And yeah, I lost to Benson. I fought on a night I probably shouldn't have been fighting, but I fought as hard as I could. And then I go back and it's like first round finish, you know, and then we fight Nate and I suffer an injury that men, particularly athletic men, don't have. And I tore one of my extensor muscles in my leg in the middle of the first round. And then I'm fighting Nate flatfoot, which is not a good place to be. I come back, have a fight of the year. Yeah. And then I lose to Healy. But it's like when I performed, it was beating the brakes off of people. And like, I was so close. I was there. And then, yeah, things started to go a little south and, you know, I was dealing with some stuff at that point that, you know, it sucked and it was out of my control. But yeah, the mindset kind of changed. Like, okay, let's just like I got to get through Lyme disease, and that's what I did. Focused on that. Still had to fight. Still got to fight, right? And yeah, now it's like I show up here and I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. It's funny. I look at some of my the younger guys warming up, and I'm like, oh man, I see myself in them. Like I can see they're like a duck on the water. They're trying to keep it all undercover, but like they're nervous as shit. And it's like, yeah, I've been there, you know. And it's like I'm a little bit nervous because if I wasn't nervous, I wouldn't be doing this. But yeah, I'm also embracing it and trying to stoke in as much as I can because it's a unique experience.
Oh, so right here, Jim. The other day, or sorry, not the other day. Yes, the other. Oh, sorry, one sec. I'm also a little nervous too. This is your 22nd submission win in your MMA career, 14th in the UFC. Is this one extra special because of your family being here?
Yeah, they're all special, right? And this was a special night for me. Like I said, I just continued the streak of Miller victories, you know. So that young man over there kicked the shit out of cancer, and I went in and I got a submission win. So we're just still moving.
That's a beautiful way to put that, especially for you and your family. The other thing I wanted to ask is, it was a very quick fight. You did mention that you broke your hand.
Maybe.
How long are you expecting to sit out? If it's not broken, do we see you back relatively quickly anytime soon? Or do you not want to go into camp at this age again that quickly and cut all that weight in the next couple months?
I guess that all depends on the offers. You know, I've got we've got some stuff coming up. You know, like my wife and I are going to South Africa in a little bit. So that it's like, oh well, can we keep that vacation down the line a little bit? We could, but no. Yeah.
I think you should listen to her.
Yeah. But yeah, like so. As you get older, it's a little harder to just stay in the grind and like stay in the gym. And
back in the old days, it's like, yeah, if the hand was fine, then we're just going to get right back into it, and we're going to, throw my name in the hat and see who Sean has for me. But opportunities pop up all the time, so I definitely don't want to go through another year where I only fight once. That whole goal with 50 is not like drag it out. Like I kind of want to get there as quick as I can, which might sound weird, but yeah, like I love training, I love competing, and I love doing this stuff. But yeah, like I would like to get back in definitely by the end of the year, and yeah, keep it going.
And the other day, I asked you about being the constant in the UFC, and just after tonight, the goal is to get to 50. Just speak a little bit about like the consistency in this training camp you had to go through to get to Jared Gordon, and some of specifically in this camp, and not just over the course of your career.
Yeah, this camp was a tough one. Like I started training a while ago. I was actually probably gearing up to fight a little bit earlier, but they shelved me a little bit for this card, which I'm happy about, because I wanted to fight here in Newark before I'm done. As you get older, you have to change your training style. You have to. You cannot train at 42 like you could at 22 or even 32. So I train a lot smarter. I focus on recovery. I travel with a pillow, right? It's not some anime one, but it's a it's a nice nice pillow because I got a messed up neck, right? So I do all these little things to try to keep my body in tip top shape. So yeah, this camp was a good one. Same guys at Sussex County MMA, Precision MMA, and Pharaoh's Muay Thai. Martin Rooney, Nick Barringer helped me with the diet and the strength and conditioning and stuff. And I brought in a new coach, John Wilkins. He's got this finisher bar. He's a core coach, and so dealing with that pelvic injury that I had, I needed to rebuild, kind of my core, and John's helped me out a lot with that, and it's a heck of a workout. And I know that he's been in a few of the other MMA gyms around the country, and guys are shocked by how difficult his stuff is and how they feel after. So I think that's going to be the next big thing in MMA training, honestly.
All right, and last question: do you have any messages to any potential opponents on your way to 50?
No, not really. Stay healthy. Stay healthy. And, have fun, and don't take on unnecessary debt.
All right, thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you.
You mentioned you want to fight a certain Irishman. Is that with Conor McGregor there?
Yeah, I think that'd be a fun fight. I'll test that new ankle he's got there, that titanium. So I don't know. I honestly, it's like I feel bad for him because he hasn't had the opportunity to fight in so long. Yeah, they know my number. Thank you.
Got a lot of fans out of that chat. Got a lot of fans.
So much fun. Do you have a podcast?
Yes, but we'll talk. We'll talk. We will.
Let me on it.
Feely and I are trying to do one too.
What's that?
Feely and I are trying to do just a comic book along with fighters too.
That'd be sick.
We'll keep you in mind.
That'd be sick.
Well, Grant, obviously, congratulations with the victory. I just talked to you about that fight in general. Pretty wild, back and forth. Both you've had a lot of highs, a lot of lows, and then obviously you came out on top there. So I guess physically, emotionally, how are we feeling after that?
Yeah, physically, I feel terrible. Emotionally, also a little terrible. So, but I'm happy with this one because, like I said in the cage, I think a lot of people think of me as skilled. I don't think a lot of people think of me as tough, and I hope that has answered that question tonight.
So I guess in hindsight, maybe you emotionally you don't feel as good, but like, are you happy with the performance? I guess that you got to show adversity in there.
Yeah, I'll never turn my nose to a win. You know, so excuse me. We got the win. That's what matters. Obviously, I would like to knock everybody out in the first 10 seconds. I landed a good, clean head kick at the beginning of the round, and I thought for a second, I was like, I'm going to get him out of here early. This is going to be a good night. And then the second round, I was like, this is not a great night. And then third round, I was like, this is a great night. So I'm happy.
Well, I guess in that third round, it seemed like he shot for you. You reversed it and kind of grabbed his neck.
Yeah.
So I guess were you surprised that he shot on you like
it's hard to remember because if I remember correctly, I think I hit him with something and he was shooting in and I was able to use it to reverse him and get on top. But I have to go back and watch it. It's all a blur right now. And it's normally like that, not just because I got dropped in the second.
And I guess I know you just said it's a blur, but I know we've talked to you after your previous wins, and maybe you had a different game plan, but when you feel the strength or how they kind of move when you're on top of them, maybe the game plan goes out the way because I think you said, I can just do this all night. Like,
yeah.
So
yeah.
in this, I feel like, did you have to adjust on the fly as much?
So something happened to me that's never happened to me before is in the first round when I had that body triangle, my legs went dead, like just absolutely gone, jelly. And I was like, oh, this is bad. So like in the second round, my coaches were yelling at me to get a takedown, and I was like, guys, I just don't think I can get one. For something's going on with my legs, you know. And yeah, wasn't a great second round, but we got the victory. That's all that matters.
And a lot of people made, maybe not a lot, but obviously on the broadcast, especially the walkouts, we kept talking about, former training partners, they've done a few things together. Is that just a narrative that people are trying to latch on?
Yeah.
So there's nothing.
No, we've trained together, and he's a really nice guy. But there's guys I will not fight. You know, Chris Duncan, one of my very close friends, I absolutely refuse to fight him. You know, there's Gamrot. There's guys that like, hey, I'm not fighting these guys. I don't care what the situation is, other than a belt. If a belt's on the line, we'll do it. But I just can't imagine any of us are doing that. And then there's other guys that it's like, yeah, we've trained once or twice. You know, if you say yes, I'm gonna say yes. So, and he said yes, so I said yes.
So I guess, what do you want next for your career in terms of, do you have names you want? Do you have places you want to fight, dates you want to fight?
Yeah, I don't really know because I usually come up with 3 names that I want. One name if I win a boring decision, one name if I get a knockout, and one name if I win a split decision. So I don't really know where this like falls in, but hopefully we'll get somebody in the top 15 next and be able to keep climbing the ranks.
I guess, when would you like to fight again?
End of the year. Yeah, end of the year. My wife and I, we need a vacation. We've gone through a lot this week. We had a little bit of a family crisis, and so we need a vacation.
Everything all good though right now, or TBD?
My wife and I were expecting our first baby, and we found out on Monday that we lost the baby. So it's been a rough week, and my amazing wife soldiered through it, toughed it out, no emotion, got me through this, and I promised her a little vacation for us to go and do our thing.
Last thing on this, then, I promise. Like, Jim Miller was just in here, and he had to go through something with his family too. And he's like, it was very like he needed to fight to kind of distract him, and like kind of go through a fight week. Did you feel like that, or was it hard for you?
No, it wasn't. I sound like such a dick. It wasn't hard for me. It was compartmentalized, put it away. We told our closest friends and family. And it was like, I'll deal with this after. So I was a bit emotional in the cage. I think that might have had something to do with it. And, you know, Jim Miller, such a warrior. I can't I cannot physically imagine going through what he did with his son. I can't imagine that. So just all love for him. I've been praying for him. I hope he's doing well.
Congrats on the win. And
thank you. Appreciate it.
Grant right here. What was the biggest challenge in dealing with Rebecki's pace early in the fight?
The biggest challenge was how hard his head was. I need a kitchen sink because I threw everything else I had at it, and that dude just would not go down. He's so tough.
The submission seemed to come from a sequence where you were building towards for a while. Was that something you specifically identified and watched Rebecki's film in your camp?
To be honest with you, no. I went into this fight saying I'm not submitting this guy. There's no way. He has no neck. He has no arms. I don't know how I would submit this guy. So that was a very pleasant surprise.
And to answer your question earlier, you are tough.
My man, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. So going forward in the lightweight division, I know you said you don't have any names on your mind right now, but with how the lightweight division is building out, would you want more of a prospect next, or would you want a veteran that's already solidified in the division?
I don't know. Whatever Sean Shelby wants to do, top 15 would be nice. If it doesn't happen, we can move on. Not calling him out. I'm just saying, Jim Miller looked great tonight. If he wanted to run, again, not a call out. Love Jim Miller. If he would like to run it, I'd be definitely down for that. I see you picking up your microphone.
He said him and his wife need a vacation too, so they might.
Let's vacation together.
I think they're going to South Africa.
Never mind. I was going to Georgia to hang out in a cabin with my dogs. This guy. All good?
Grant, right over here.
Where are you at? Sorry, buddy.
No, it's okay. You were very emotional in the cage after the win. Was what you talked about before the reason why, or was there a bit more that went into that?
It was a lot of things. I think what happened on Monday was a big part of it, and just locking it away and not being able to properly, deal with that was part of it. And then I don't know. I felt a little off in the back. I felt like I wasn't there in the back, and sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't, and your competitive side takes over. And then I got dropped in the second round, and we've seen with me before, getting clipped sometimes doesn't go my way. So it was nice to be able to prove to myself that I can push through something.
So like you said, you got clipped in round 2. How hurt were you? And was there any fear in your mind that the fight might get stopped?
Oh yeah. I honestly don't remember. So no, I was hurt for sure. He caught me dead to rights, but once I started coming back, I was on the cage and I was like, okay, I must've gotten hurt a little bit. Let's just keep fighting. And yeah, we went through it. We got done.
Were you surprised that he was the one that tried to take down first?
I honestly don't remember. And it's not I got dropped thing. It's just like, it's hard to remember every little thing that goes on in an almost 15-minute fight. No, I think he took me down. He tried to take me down in the first, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he was the first one to shoot on.
Yeah. No, I hit him with a knee. That's why he shot. I hit him with a knee to the face or the body, and that's why he shot in and went to that body lock. Bo Nickel was showing me that body lock, so I think he's proud of me. I paid that off. I was even thinking about it in my head while we were doing it. So.
Well, perfectly led me into my last question. We saw early head kick from you and early knee from you. We saw you kind of brawling a bit tonight too.
Yeah.
I feel like we saw more striking out of you than we have in the past. Was that a point you wanted to go out and make, that you actually are a lot more well-rounded than some people think?
I've told people I can strike. You've just got to stop my takedown to see it. And Rebecki was the type of guy I knew I wasn't just going to touch gloves, take him down, and ride him out. So in the camp, I was training with my buddy El Bruce. He is built and fights exactly like Rebecki. I could not have had a better training partner than that dude. He is an absolute stud. You're definitely going to be hearing about him soon. We struck the whole time. I couldn't take him down. He's such a good wrestler, and I knew it was going to be really, really difficult to be able to take Rebecki down. So striking and doing some of that was just part of the game.
Grant, right here in rounds 1 and 3, you were a human backpack on Rebecki. In round 1, you said your legs got tired. In round 3, you had the back most of the round, and then at the end, you secured the choke. You said Rebecki had no neck. So what was your initial reaction when you actually did finally wrap around his neck and he wasn't hand fighting anymore?
Honestly, shock. I felt it come under the neck, and I was trying to get behind the head, and then he was pulling my arm down, and I was like, haha, I know what to do here. And honestly, in the back of my head, I was like, all right, this probably isn't going to work, but I'm going to go for it. And he got the tap, and I was over the moon about it.
Is that something you have tried to do against him in training sessions before that you've had, and you know you couldn't have gotten it, or is that just something you've seen on film?
Yeah, honestly, we haven't trained together in a very long time. He was there when I first went to ATT like 4 years ago. We trained for like 6 months. We have a very different style of training. Not that anything's wrong with his style of training at all. Very good fighter. It just doesn't mesh well with my style of training. So we kind of separated a little bit. And then he was set to fight my good friend, Chris Duncan. So, you know, that kind of the wedge between us as well. We weren't super close training partners. I like it. Comes back to ATT, especially after, you know, now I don't have to fight him anymore. But we weren't like super close buddies.
And you mentioned earlier with the toughness, where people claim you're not tough. With everything you've gone through in this week and with the adversity you went through in the cage, I think it's time to end the narrative of Grant Dawson not being tough. And you were back in the day, you were at one point ranked number 10 in the lightweight division. How does it feel to be back on the trajectory of getting back into the top 10, especially after falling out of it?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm the kind of guy that I've got to work for everything that I want. I was top 10. I lost to Bobby Green, got kicked out, won 3 in a row, got back to number 12, lost to a very tough Torres, got kicked out. So I guess I need 2 more to get back in.
All right. Thank you so much, Grant.
I appreciate it. This is the most you guys have ever talked to me. I need to go through wars more often.
First of all, the fight was sick, and your gym have an history with my country. We've seen a lot of fights between ATT and Frenchmen, and we've got two guys well ranked in your weight class. UFC Paris in September. Can we see you there against Frenchmen, Fares Yam or Axel Sola? Who's
Sure.
tough as
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't fought in Paris. I've been there to corner.
Yep.
I'd definitely be interested in doing that for sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
I not eat sugar 3 months, not drink sugar. Different life. Okay. One more, please.
Поздравляю з перемогою. По-перше, проговори про цей фініш, про цю секвенс в кінці. Ти зробив з одного руху на третій рух, на другий рух. Як ти його перевів, як ти це зробив? Проговори про цей фініш.
So, yes, of course, I'm MMA fighter. I can do everything, but I'm more like wrestle. And I have great team, American top team. We train every day. Mike Brown, my coach, he teach me never stop. Something do every time. Take down, stand up, take down, punch. Striking and wrestle, but this is different. If you're MMA fighter, you can do everything, and you must do this. Not think about this. Just like your muscle. Coach from American top team Parumpa. So thank you. Thank him about this is choke.
Hardcore fans of the sport have known how good you've been for a long time and what you've done. Have you noticed like a different level of attention and feedback to performances since you've been here at the UFC?
Багато фанатів, які знають цей спорт, вони знають тебе вже дуже довгий час. Ти помітив, що дуже багато фанатів підключаються зараз, коли бачать твої бої в UFC, що нові фанати підключаються і слідкують за тобою?
This is true because after my first fight, I felt this. I felt many people start follow me. Many people when you UFC fighter, this is a little bit different. I talk with many guys who may be champion from the different organization. It doesn't matter you super champion, you defense belt couple times. Doesn't matter. If you're not UFC fighter, people not respect you. Of course, you can talk with somebody. You can be. This is not UFC, and you can say no. This is not UFC, and people okay. So this is not something specific for people. If you're not UFC fighter, if you UFC fighter, people maybe somebody like in the shop, in the mall, UFC fighter. Now I can say yes, I'm UFC fighter, and people, can I take picture with you? Doesn't matter who I am. Like maybe I'm UFC fighter, but 10 fight lose, 0 win, but I'm UFC fighter, and people think this is like different people. But this is not different, but just you like have this like UFC fighter, you know.
Well, I know you. I know you want to be more than a UFC fighter, right? You want to be the UFC champion. And I saw your teammate Dustin Poirier say on one of the Destiny, he would not be surprised if you get there. How quickly do you think that's going to take? This division is obviously amazing with a lot of really good fighters. Like, how many more fights do you think you'll need to get to the belt? And is there any names you think would be a good next step to help elevate you?
I think need ask bosses about this. This is very important. How I will be win. You know, we don't know what I have next fight. I talk about today. I talk about next fight. If this is possible, I think will be great. I don't know how many fights, but you know sometimes somebody have like trauma. Somebody have injury. Somebody can fight. Like maybe you have like lucky chance, something like that. Something like so. We will see. I not think about this now.
Yaroslav, to go off of that, would you like bigger names or I guess higher rankings? Because guys like Colby Covington and Michael Venom Page are very popular, but they as higher in the rankings that maybe aren't as popular as those two. So I guess which of those would you like?
Um, I think this is fighters very close, like один до одного.
One to another. They're very close to another.
And I don't know. I don't think about this. Like, give me opponent. First fight, was guy not from top 15. Okay. Up, and maybe now my name is a little bit different.
Can you tell me about your dance at the end?
I'm sorry, I don't know what this was. I just win and think, okay, now dance.
Yaroslav, right here. Your pressure and positional control seemed to wear Alvarez down over time. How important was executing patience in your training camp?
Давлення, позиції це те, що зробило цей бій твоїм. Як часто ти це тренуєш в тренувальному лагері і над чим ще працював в лагері?
I'm like octopus, you know, like octopus. I know if I pressure him like first round, he will be in the second round different. But I can be same like I was in the first round.
round. This is exactly because he's got incredible prediction skills, or going into the fight.
Who? Danil Donchenko? I don't know this guy. I don't know. No, I'm. If I can, I do submission. But this is not like first what we did. Yeah, coach. We just training MMA.
Whatever comes, take it.
Як ти думаєш, чого тобі не вистачило у першому раунді? Бо здавалося, що ти був дуже-дуже близько до фінішу, ти контролював весь раунд. Як, на твою думку, що не вистачило тобі?
What do you think? What was missing in the first round for you to actually get the victory in the first round? Because it seemed as though you were really overpowering him, and there was just a little bit left for you to finish him in the first round, but it just didn't happen. What was missing? Why did it not happen in the first round?
Ну, я думаю, просто не треба було, типу, як ризикувати, так, може, там сильно. Ну, там була спроба так, але, ну... Але я просто, мабуть, не хотів ризикувати.
You probably didn't want to take all that risk in the first round. I mean, there was
Помучить хотів.
Okay, just didn't want to take all that risk in the first round. I know there was one attempt, there was an opportunity in the first round, but probably just wanted to feel the first round out and not risk all of that, and wanted to maul him a little bit in the first round as well.
Хочу повернутися до твого танцю. Де можна навчитися робити такі вправи?
Just want to return to that beautiful break dance at the end. Where can I learn how to do moves like that?
Not me.
No, this is you can learn this in my city, Irpin, many years ago when I was very young. We try something to like breakdancing, something like parkour, breakdancing. Was my young time. Yeah, was perfect.
Дуже дякую. Ми ще раз тебе вітаємо з міста Харкова, з всієї України, та будемо чекати на твій наступний бій. Дякую.
Congratulations from the city of Kharkiv, from all of Ukraine. We're going to wait for your next fight.
Congratulations with the situation in your country. How it's difficult for you to stay focused on the highest level, and how big are you as a fighter over there, and what means for you when you win for your country?
З тим, що відбувається в твоїй країні, як для тебе важко сконцентруватися на цьому бої, і наскільки ти знатний там в Україні, наскільки за тобою слідять там, дивляться тебе і так далі.
So, of course, when I start thinking about my country, hard for me because my country, this is hard time for my country. Long time, hard time. We have every time bad news. And when I training in the camp, I try not follow the news.
Not follow the news, not listen to the news, not to watch the news.
But not too much. Like, of course, sometimes I can open something link internet and I can see very bad news, and this is little bit hard for my mind, and not little bit, this is hard. Guys who will be in the front line. Sometimes, of course, somebody get dead. You never hear him. Hard situation, of course, but thank you who support country, and thank you guys who defends country, military guys. Thank you, and because defense country, and I can training and can live, like, and Thank you, guys. Best guys in this world. This is not MMA, not hard working. This is military life. This is much different because I defend my country. I remember what is it, and this is will be in my mind all my life.
Thank you very much for your answer. Sorry to ask.
Hello, Yaroslav. Amazing victory. Congrats from Spain. If it's possible to now, what do you say to Joel at the end of the fight?
Да, что ему сказал после боя?
So, Spain. First, what I wanna say, Spain. Please, not angry people. This is just sports, and I've been in Spain. This is great country. People very great. Every time smile. Every time like talk with you. Like very comfortable. Very good weather. So I like in Spain. This is very beautiful. Very nice. And I watched a little bit about Joel. Great guy. Have his family. Like, positive guy. Like real Spain guy. After fight, I said him, "Hey, if you want, you can bring your family, come to Ukrainian. I show you безпечне, безпечне, safe place. We can like a little bit like just come to country. I give say safe place to be, and with you will be with family. I will be with family with like 1 month, maybe 1 week. Doesn't matter. Like just travel. That's it. Like this is for me. This is not problem if I fighting with somebody. I know same guy, same like me. He wanna win. He wanna job. He wanna like gold. Same. Why I must like pressure him? Why I angry? Why? Need be like smile every time. This is we have many shit in this world. Need give добро.
Good, the good in the world.
Yes or no? Need more energy.
Thank you.
That's it. Beautiful. Thank you, coach.
Hey Ateba, congratulations for this win. I asked this in French. Comment tu t'es senti dans ce combat et c'est quoi la suite pour toi? Just I translate. How do you feel in this fight and what's next for you? Simple question.
Should I answer in French or in English? French or English?
French, please.
Oh, ok. Durant ce combat, je me senti bien. Bon, le game plan s'est passé exactement comme prévu.
Nous savions qu'il devait essayer de me faire tomber, faire des takedowns et tout ça. Mais nous étions prêts. Nous étions prêts et préparés pour l'occasion.
I know you want to shoot, but I was ready for everything, anything. So it's what's happened. So what next for you? And 2 days ago, you talked about Marvin Vittori or the name. We've got Baisango Susokaev who said that you're not famous enough for him yet because he win. What do you think about this and what's next for you?
Let's go step by step. So Zokai, we say I'm not. Who knows him? Who knows him? Nobody. I build my name myself, not behind some other people's names. Myself alone with my team.
And what do you want to fight next?
I don't know. As soon as possible, I want to fight next. To be honest, I don't know who they're gonna give to me, but I'm ready. Thank you, brother.
Ateba in front right here. You called out Israel Adesanya. I don't think that's a name a lot of people thought you would call out. Why specifically Israel?
Because I admire him a lot. He's a great fighter. He's a very, very good fighter. He's African brothers. I want to face him because I really admire him.
Have you ever met him before?
Never met him, but I want to meet him in the cage.
Is he in, because in America, he obviously represents Nigeria very well. Is he a big deal in Africa? Is he very famous in Africa? And what would a fight between the two of you do for your nation?
He's more than famous in Africa. More than famous. Everybody knows. The fight in Africa, and when you don't know how this, and we are not the fighters. As a fighter, everybody knows.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
Ateba right over here in the middle. You're 5-0 in the UFC now. Usually, this is the point we start to see guys get ranked opponents. Your call out of Adesanya.
Oh, really? 5-0. Oh, God, I didn't know. I'm 5-0 now.
Your call out of Adesanya makes sense, but if it isn't him next, are there any other guys in mind with a ranking next to their name that you'd like to fight?
Oh, to be honest, right now, no. Now the only thing is in my mind now, I did 8 big, no pizza, no cake. So that's the most important now.
Was he tougher than you expected at all? He ate some big punches from you in round one and kind of gave you a decent fight in the first round. And
No, the game plan. I followed the game plan. I followed exactly the game plan. That was the game plan. That was the game plan. I didn't went there to knock him out in the first one. No way.
some people thought the stoppage was a little bit early. Did it feel early at all to you in there?
I don't think so. Let them come and learn. I'm gonna land a big overhand on them. They will see if it was earlier. They will see. They will feel it.
Ateba, how important was working behind your jab tonight to set up that overhand?
Important, I don't. My body just reacts. We've been working this like all the training camp. We know we're gonna do that. We knew it. We knew we're gonna try to shoot. We knew it. I know it won't take me down. I know it won't take me down. Okay, try to take me down, it's fine. But I know I'm gonna land the overhand. I knew it because I've been working a lot. Repetition, make it perfect, you know what I mean?
And how soon do you want to see yourself back?
No matter when they're gonna give me the fight, I will just get ready. If they give me at this, I'll be like so grateful. Facing him will be a dream. That's my dream fight. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
King in front, right here. Congrats on the victory. Pretty flawless performance in there. Even the broadcast were wondering if you even got touched by Jeremy in that fight. So I guess, physically, emotionally, just how you feeling now after that big win?
I don't even know, bro. Be honest, like, I'm ready to do another one. I'm ready to fight next week. I'll be honest, if I can get on the Vegas card next week, surprise, come in and surprise everybody and do a fight out there, that'd be dope. I don't know. I don't even feel like I got in a fight, and I didn't like the way I finished it. I wanted to knock him out and make sure that I'm solidifying myself as one of the greatest fighters to ever step on these mats. And that's what I was saying to Dana's. I'm one of the greatest to ever do this. If you go through my catalog and really look at my catalog, I've been fighting this way, scrapping and making entertainment. That's what I'm about, and that's what I do. I don't care how old. I don't care what happens, what the day changes. That's what I do.
Were you not satisfied with the finish? Because even like Joe Rogan and DC they were saying that's might be the most flawless and best performance you've ever seen from your career.
Because we're in the business of entertainment, and some people may like, oh, well, you're hugging or you did this and you're that. And so I've always been standing for bringing the fight. And so a little bit of me is like, you didn't fight, you wrestled, you took them down, but I do want to show people that I got all the skills. I just should be choosing not to use them. I just like, man, fuck that wrestling, I'll just scrap you.
Did you get to talk to Jeremy after? He seems pretty defeated at the end of that.
I just told him, hey, bro. I even told him when we were standing on our face up, like, listen, there is no loser. The work you've done in this cage, the work I've done in this cage, there is no loser. You're great no matter what, And so that's what I was telling him at the face-off. There is no loser. We're great fighters, bro.
And I imagine I know the answer, but it doesn't seem like you really care who stands across from you in the octagon. But at what point do you feel like popularity, you can demand specific names that you might want to fight? Because you have been doing this for a long time. You are probably one of the more popular fighters in this division.
Thank you, brother, but I just feel like I'm trash. I feel like I'm nothing. I've been that way all my life. People don't even tell me that all my life. So I still look at myself as a broke little kid, and I just take what they give me. You can't be beggars can't be choosers, You start thinking like you're high and mighty and trying to ask for stuff, who the fuck do you think you are, And so I just stay humble, and whatever you give me is whatever you give me.
Do you want more main events now, or are you happy with these 3-round fights?
Man, a main event would be dope just so I can get the extra 100,000. I don't know if you know, but they give you an extra 100,000 if you're the main event. So that's the only reason I want to do a main event.
Well, they just announced that fighting in OKC, no main event for that one.
What? What date is it?
It's in July 18th.
How long is that away?
Like 2 months.
2 months? That sounds cool. I like that. Let's do it.
Congrats, man.
Just right here. Congrats for this win. I see you fight since a very long time, and as wine, it seems that you get better with aging, and not in the same way as a fighter. I have to say. Can you explain why you think this is what we see in the cage, especially this last couple of wins? For me, it's top level. So
yeah, I got you. This is the thing, bro. It's like I try to explain to people this. It's like you could lose, and then people think you're like, oh, you're a loser, But like when I fought Patty kicked my leg and I slipped, and then I fell into a guillotine. When I fought Ruffy threw a haymaker, and it just landed, or a Hail Mary, and the ball got caught. It's just like a football game where there's sometimes some things are going to happen. We're like, man, that team was good, but that other team was just better. And so what I'm saying is at the end of the day, skills pay the bills. And I got all the skills and all the tools. So I'm like, man, yeah, I know y'all think I'm falling off, but I'm like, let me show you. Over time, my skills will show you who I am. And that's all it is that, yeah, you're going to have fucking fumbles, and sometimes you fumble the ball. Like, oh, you just fumbled the fucking ball. And there's sometimes that shit happens, but it's like, you got to know who you really are. At the end of the day, the cream will rise to the top. The losers will be the losers. The winners will be the winners. It is what it is.
Last one for me. You have a huge base fan in my country, in France. Can we see you? Yeah. I swear.
That's what's up.
Can we see you in Paris one day? We have
in Paris.
We have a bunch of men from your weight class as well. So.
Oh man, sure. I go wherever they take me, bro. Be honest, I'm gonna keep it real with you. After I fought, I've been kind of going a little around the country. I'm like, man, I'm from USA, bro. I'm from the US, and I only want to stay in the US. But if it was right and it was just all the stars lined up, I'll come. But I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm like, man, I'm in the US. I'm USA all day, baby.
Talking about USA, can you just give me your prediction on the main event of the White House?
I'm going with Gaethje. You know, it's hard to go against Taporia. Gaethje sends me his honest gloves. Gaethje's been taking care of me for years and stuff, and so I'm gonna always be with my boys. And it's USA all day. So,
thank you, man.
King, right over here in the middle.
Okay.
You just said you're trash, you're nothing. Obviously, I don't think anyone in this room would agree with that statement. But is that mentality kind of needed for you to continue to put on the performances you've been putting on?
It's just what people tell me every day. You know what I mean? Every day. Like, I was just commenting on the Chimaev and Sean fight. I'm like, man, they're talking a whole bunch of shit. And don't do all that talking and then it'd be a fucking hug fest. And I just typed that in on the comments under the UFC shit. And all these people are like, you shut the fuck up. You suck. You ain't shit. You ain't this and that. So that's what I'm saying. People are going to tell you that no matter if you know I'm coming off a win streak and blah, blah, blah. No, you got knocked out. Shut up, you know? And so people are going to tell you ain't shit all the time. And I still look at it like, I don't want to be the big-headed guy where you go, oh, you think you're the shit. And I'm still being humble. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Like, oh, you're not that good. Or you could see me that way. And so I can see that and just be humble and understand that. Like, it's okay if I'm not shit. But I'm going to do me.
Like you just said, you're on this win streak. This might be one of the best win streaks of your entire career. It, like Jose said before, it doesn't seem like you care who you fight. But would a ranked opponent make sense for you next? Because that seems like it would bring in some more money.
My check's still going to be my check. It don't change nothing regardless who sits in front of me. The check is the check. You have a contract. A name, that sounds dope, you know. I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, I would want to fight Mike Moicano. He said he's looking for a name. Fuck it, let's go scrap, you know. But I'm just taking this shit one day at a time, whoever they stick in front of me.
So you were fired up about that post-fight bonus. I mean, you got to get it this time, right?
No, bro. They said my last performance was my best, and so I didn't get it last time. And the powers that be are in there. That's why I need to talk to them and say, hey, this is what I do. This is what I do, and I've done consistently. I didn't take the easy way out. I scrapped everybody y'all put in front of me. I've been on win streaks like this before, bro. And then they asked me to go fight Islam on 10 days notice. I'm like, well, fuck it, I'll do it, you know? And I threw my win streak out there where I could have still built myself and been more protective and try to like baby this career. I did all those things. And so at the end of the day, I'm just trying to show that I'm an exciting fighter.
John Arwood here from Tunnel Vision Network. What does this performance reveal to you about just your growth as a fighter, but more so, kind of silencing the highly anticipated, matchup of Stevens? How satisfying was that to you? But more so, what does it say about you as a fighter?
Skills pay the bills. You know what I mean? I came in this motherfucker with $600 to my name, and I told everybody I was leaving with 600 racks. You know what I mean? And so that's where my eye is. I'm leaving with 600 racks. I came in with $600. I'm leaving with 600 racks.
I respect it. You've been counted out before. Do performances like this kind of feel, the proof that your best days are still ahead?
Yeah, I guess I'm just taking it one day at a time, big dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, just being humble and thankful for what I got and the way that things are going. The UFC is our story writers. Like, I had a big, little spat with Sean O'Malley. And Sean was like, hey, you can't talk to me because you're blah, blah, blah. You don't got enough fans. You don't do this. And I had to tell Sean, like, listen, you don't understand. The UFC is writing your story. They all write our stories. They pick who you fight and they pick these certain things. They write the story. And however that thing goes, you can say, yeah, win and win. But there's certain fighters that certain styles and it's not your best. And so I'm just going with whoever they pick and they're writing the story.
King Green, I know you said you didn't really love the finish today, but this is your 12th finish, first round finish within the UFC. Do you want to keep obviously extending that number? And what does this mean to get the finish against Jeremy Stephens tonight?
No, I don't want to keep finishing those numbers. Like, of course I want to keep it rolling, bro. Of course. Keep them rolling, keep them coming in, But shit, bro, it's like, I don't know. It's just another one on the list, another one on the list. It's been a crazy, I heard I lost $300,000 in jury and stuff. And so this camp been so dark. It's great to have some light after all this, I've been going through so much, bro. Like, this has been my hardest camp ever. And it's nothing to do with inside the camp. It's what's been happening outside my life. People now that they think you got some money and how they treat you and stuff. And I got a bunch of wolves around me and I'm the big sheep, you know, or I feel like a big giant cookie and everybody wants a bite.
And I asked you at Media Day what it would mean for you to get a BMF title shot in the future. That was a BMF performance there tonight, whether you wanted to knock him out or whether you got a submission. Now one step closer to that. I know you said it doesn't matter if you get a ranked opponent or not next. The check will always be the same, but a ranked opponent will push you closer to that possibly. And I know you said Moicano. How do you feel like going forward, maybe if you do get a Moicano matchup, what are the preparations that you're going to take to
get ready for him? Keep socking motherfuckers' heads off. I'm gonna try to sock his head off too. You know, like this is important thing is like me, especially as Americans, we don't like all that fucking hugging and shit. Hug fest, you know. I'm wondering if Chimaev gonna pull a hug fest. I'm trying to show those guys that do all that wrestling, like, yeah, I took somebody down, but I was sucking the shit out his ass. You know what I mean? Like, make that shit exciting if that's what y'all gonna do. Make it fucking dope, you know. And I could do that where I could wrestle him, but it's still gonna be exciting. Make that shit dope.
So, Bobby, Gaff from the Main Card Minute and one more on fights here. So Jim Miller was here up earlier. He was saying how you got to really love this game, especially if you've had this many fights in the UFC. You've got a lot of aches and pains going through it. I know that you're a cannabis connoisseur. I want to know, how does that affect, like, in the recovery and rehabilitation process after a long fight camp? Tell me a little bit about how you, you know, recover with that, whether it's CBD or the harder stuff.
Oh, shit, I'm gonna go have a smoke as soon as I get free. You know, roll up something and enjoy myself. I don't know about it helping your recovery. I wouldn't say none of that. I do certain things for recovery, but it's the only thing I got. You know, like I don't drink, I don't party or nothing like that, and so I can't mess with women like that. You know, my girl be all over me, and so for me, it's just being able to have a smoke. That's my little vacation. You know, I don't need nothing else but a little smoke, and that's good enough for me.
Awesome. Thank you, brother.
Cool. All right, guys.
every heavyweight fight ever.
Hey guys, crazy. They put me here, press conference, right after from octagon naked. I need to steal this shirt from my coach. Like, oh my god. I think you guys in a rush. Like, I'll have so many questions for me, so they put me so fast here. I'm ready to answer.
Well, Alex, physically, how you feeling after a fight like that?
Very good. Like, it was like fight was accuracy. I like so much needed right now. Just wins. Maybe it wasn't so impressive, but Waldo is fucking tough motherfucker. Nobody tried can finish him. I just I put him a knockdown like in the second round, but I was so accurate with his tricks, and I learned the lesson. I caged like 2018 when Derek Lewis did the same. He caged me at very end of the fight. Everybody remind me this again and again every time they see me. So I know this lesson very good. So with these tough motherfuckers who can punch like in any minute in fight, better to be very accurate and like just give him a lot of damage. That's it.
The broadcast kept bringing up the Derek Lewis fight, especially in the third round. So were you thinking about that in the fight?
Oh, it's flashbacks every time, you know, like I'm telling myself, be focused, be accurate, till to the end, like move, don't relax, don't feel you can beat him. Like I feel fully dominating technique, so I feel he can touch me. I saw all his punches, his overhand. It was really hard to catch him with my right. And I think coaches will be really mad on me about this, but every time I try to find my right, he go really deep, like he go lower, like, and I just afraid to miss and catch his overhead. So I just try to fight smart, like, yeah, because smart is my one, like a best side. So that's why I just try to be in this way. Don't do stupid things when I was young.
You called for the title fight, but obviously Tom has to come back. We have the interim fight. They might have to unify. Would you wait for this title fight, or would you like to stay active?
I don't know. I just like, you know, I understand the rules of the game. I just need to tell something from the scene. Like, I'm so scared to fight for the title, honestly. Like, this guy is so big, so huge, like so talented. I don't know what I'm doing here, like in top 2. Honestly, like it's so hard to be there. Like, I need to do every time like new plan how to win. Like I was in my room today. I don't want to go out. Like I hid in my closet, and coach can find me. So we always miss the bus to arena. So, but I don't know what I will do when I will fight for the title. I don't know why I tell this. I get you know, как сказать, храбрость.
I was brave there.
I was so brave after the win, but now a little bit calm down. I don't know why I did this.
Did you see the drama with Josh Hokett and Derek Lewis at the press conference?
Like, как сказать, они плодят или размножают? Как сказать, плодят или размножают? Ну, умножают, ну, как бы. Hey, this UFC multiplying this heavy punch guys is a division. Like, look at this division. Like, everyone, you just have one heavy punch. Like, Josh Hawkins is the same. He just go forward like they, you know, if you play video games, these guys who call tank, they just have needed more guys who get a lot of damage and have just one punch for win. So I don't like this way. I'm more about martial arts. I'm more about how to be a better fighter, how to improve your skills, how to do like different things. So they multiply a lot of these guys who just have one punch. Now look at the division, like Pavlovich, Derek Lewis, Josh Hawkins, and Waldo. They just have one good punch. That's it. So I want something more. I so bored to fight with these guys. I like what I think about this drama. Nothing. I don't care. Like, these two kids like fight each other across all world. Like, it definitely means nothing.
Volkov right over here.
Okay.
So you said you were getting flashbacks a bit to the Derek Lewis fight. When the fight was over and you were about to hear the judge's decision, did you get flashbacks to the Cyril Gane fight and think that they might try to score it for Waldo?
Oh, do you think so?
No, I thought you won the fight.
I was sure I won the fight. I have no damage. Like he maybe I can tell he catch me with few just touch with jujep. I don't tell catch, and all his cross was missed. He give me 1 or 2 low kicks. Maybe I count not so good in the fight. Maybe I just because I have just 10 fingers. I did like I count his punches with my fingers. So maybe I missed some. Like, but I think I give him way more damage in this fight, and he can do nothing. So absolutely no, absolutely I don't feel it was the same fight as was this game. This game, I dominate few rounds. I take him down. I was on top. I put him in knockdown. He even broke his toe in fight with me. So he think it's excuse of how he did the fight, but is it definitely damage I give to him? So what excuse? I give him much more damage, and this commission in Nevada is something wrong with them. Honestly, like I was in slap, power slap competition. It was exactly the same commission. I was cornering my friend Vasily Dupling. It was exactly the same judges, and one like Dupling win like pure like, and how I understand one of judges give like around his opponent, but it like wasn't wrong. Like, so some of the guys don't like rushing on something. I don't know. That's why like fighting in Nevada, I need to be like to finish this fight good. I living right now in Las Vegas, so I don't know why this place welcome me like this. So I'm very upset with the Nevada Commission.
Alex, right here, for almost a decade, you have been the standard of the heavyweight division. A win over you means more than a win over the majority of the fighters in most divisions, because it usually means you grab a title shot. And even after almost a decade, you're still getting better and you're still improving. Is it the drive for your first title shot that is still keeping you better?
It's just my parents' dream for me to be a champion. I just try to cover up this, like I need to do this, and in this, like, I improve not because I need to get a title shot. Like, I just don't give up in this, and I try to improve. Like, improving is something I like in the sport. I like to learn something new. I doesn't show everything I have yet. I feel like it just why I'm the sport science. I was a kid. To these days, I'm just trying to learning something new. Just like it's that dedication, nothing more. That's why I improve. But champion belt, of course, my parents will be proud of me if I will get this. So this why I feel everything, feel so bad, feel so stressed, feel like so scared, and still go in octagon and do this.
That's a very interesting take to have, and I'm sure your parents are very proud of you. You're the number 3 ranked heavyweight in the world, and you fought almost everybody in the heavyweight division. Tonight, Waldo Acosta Cortes, a very big power puncher. You fought plenty of those before, like Derek Lewis, Sergey Pavlovich, and plenty of others. Where does Waldo rank in terms of power punchers you fought?
I think I should put Derek Lewis first, of course. Like I should give him a honor, like a favor for his knockout for me. Like, honestly, he respects this. Pavlovich and Waldo, I think have the same power, like kind of the same. Pavlovich is more accurate in his punching. Waldo is more, like doing more. Less technical, but he's very explosive. So he's pretty powerful. Like I was scared all the fight, like so scared. Like my soul go to the hills during the fight. So yeah, I was scared. Like he one of the hardest puncher in my career.
And speaking of power punchers, with Alex Pereira moving up in the division, what would a fight like that mean for you at this stage of your career?
You mean if I meet him in octagon?
Yeah, in the octagon.
oh, like I see him very interesting as a kickboxer. So it's for me it will be like very interesting to meet him. Like it will be kind of a really martial art fight. So he did a lot of performance. He not just a power puncher. He have like his specific technique. Very interesting. And I and for me interesting one day fight with him or maybe train like meet him in gym. So he did a lot of job. Like I respect him a lot. He's just not a heavyweight right now. I feel, but he can do this in heavyweight. So we will see.
All right. And if that fight were to happen, would we expect any grappling in that fight?
Of course.
Really? Wow, that's surprising. Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah, thanks.
Alexander, what's going on? Gaff from One More Round Fights in the main card minute. So there's been some circulation online of a meme where you had your hand on Waldo Cortes-Acosta's shoulder. Was that a type of psychological warfare that you were trying to do, or what were you trying to do in that moment?
I don't know. I watched him so angry. I just want him to calm down. Like I want to like to show him, friendship, kind of this. I don't like, he hate me for something. Real like our I hear that our hotel is really close to Pocahontas Park. So I feel this like kind of feeling of Pocahontas, and I want to give it to him with this touch.
So that was a transference of energy kind of deal there?
Yeah. I just like I give him something, but he don't get this. I don't know why. Like it's better to be a friend than to enemies. And he make me a little bit angry because of this, and that's why I with him. Maybe he give me some energy to like he try to push me or something.
So it's safe to say that if he let that take its course, it would have been better for him because it ended up backfiring on him, that he didn't accept that.
One more time, please.
So basically that backfired back on him, that he didn't accept that gesture from you. Is that correct?
Пытался ему показать этот жест доброй воли, но он его не принял, и поэтому он проиграл. Типа на него перешла плохая энергия.
Yeah, maybe. Like it should be like that. I just can't believe. I could believe.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for your questions. It was very interesting to speak with you guys.
Well, Sean, congratulations on the victory. You don't seem like someone that needs any extra motivation to go out there and get the job done. But, just given all of, what Joaquin was saying before this, maybe you thought he was a little annoying, him saying that the loser's going to get cut and everything. Does this make it that much more satisfying for you to go out there and basically 30-25 him in there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, though, I didn't know anything he was saying up until like 8 weeks ago. I deleted social media. I had his loud ass blocked too, just so I didn't see his shit. But it would come across sometimes, and like you guys told me that day, what he said about one of us getting cut, which obviously Buckley's, I just murked him for 15 minutes, but he's not going to lose his job on Monday. You know what I'm saying? He's an amazing fighter, and that's just he just says stupid stuff. I don't think he believes most of the stuff he says. Just like when I first seen him at the Fighter Hotel, I walked right up to him. He was sitting down. I was like, what's up? And we shook hands, and like that was it. Like, but because it's not real. Like, he's not the gangster shit. Like the shit he was saying about me was clearly lies, because I've seen him multiple occasions. And if you have real beef with somebody, you punch them in the face when you see them. You know what I'm saying? So like, we didn't have real problems. It's social media. He's trying to build a fight, which is fine. But when you talk like that, you got to be able to back it up. And it definitely did make it a little bit better knowing that I just beat his ass for 15 minutes after all the and now I'm going to go unblock him and go watch all of it and laugh. So that's what I'm going to do later on tonight when I can't sleep.
And at media day, you said, your game plan's pretty obvious, kind of do what Usman did, but just only better. So did that just play out exactly how you thought it would?
It played out easier than I thought it was going to. I was definitely, but that's what happens when you train super hard and you take these guys as serious as we do. Like, I knew that Buckley could have knocked me out and sent me to the shadow realm, but I was not ending up on this man's highlight reel, and I did everything in my power to make sure that didn't happen.
And I guess what's next for you? Because, it seems like Ian's going to get a title shot. Prates wants the title shot.
Everybody wants a title shot.
Morales still isn't booked. So I guess you want to fight up, but all those guys just aren't matched up yet. Do you have to fight back down? And I assume it's Philly and whoever is across.
I would fight. I mean, fighting back, like, I don't know who's booked right now. I'd fight Usman because he's a former champion. I think that would make sense.
Might be going up.
I heard he's going up to middleweight. So I've fought back. Like, I beat Leon Edwards. I was the #1 contender. I fought Morales. I just fought back again. I deserve to fight up. So we'll see how it plays out. Like, I would love to fight in Philly, but it's got to make sense for me, man. I'm 33 years old. I'm getting better and better every time I go out there. And I want to be a UFC champion, and I'm just trying to inch my way towards that.
Do you think it would make sense if Ian gets the title shot? It should be you and Carlos.
I would 100% Carlos Prates. I would fight Prates 100%. I've asked for that fight before. Let's do it.
Then just last one for me, I have to ask about the weird betting lines that were happening before this fight. Did that reach you at all? Because it seems pretty wild that they swung that.
Somebody at the UFC reached out to me a couple hours before my fight and just made sure I was fine. And I was sitting like this, getting worked on by my strength coach. Well, just got done getting worked on. And I was like, I'm completely fine. There's nothing wrong with me. My wife was upstairs. They already all knew about it, but they weren't telling me because they didn't want to let anything get in my head. But as soon as they called, I told them I'm good. I went one ear, went out the other. Didn't, like I said, I didn't know if I could have been a minus 10,000 favorite or a plus 10,000. I wouldn't have known because I didn't look. So yeah, I'm completely fine. And somebody just lost a bunch of money.
Congrats, Sean.
Thank you.
You made the ground gains entertaining again, not again, entertaining. And can you explain why it's so rare to have like a ground specialist who can be so entertaining like you? I put Khamzat in the same case, Khabib as well. Can you just have a few words about that?
Yeah, because people want to see knockouts and people want to see all this stuff. But if you really want to go watch knockouts, they do Muay Thai in 4-ounce gloves. And like, go watch that because it's amazing. This is MMA and guys are grapplers and guys are going to be specialists in certain things. And I think I'm one of the best grapplers in the world, if not in this division for sure. And I'm looking for submissions. I'm looking for ground and pound. Yeah, I'm not just trying to lay on top of you. You want to make it interesting, but in the room, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to finish you. Just like a guy's trying to knock you out in the feet, I'm trying to finish you on the ground. It's just two different things. And some people like it, some people don't. I love it.
And last one for me, if I can ask, we don't have the chance to talk with you after Morales fights, but what didn't work this time? Because I expect you to win.
I didn't touch him. I'm 9-0 now. If I get 1 second of control time, I win the fight. I didn't get to touch him, so I didn't get to my grappling. And but if I do get my hands on you, I'm going to win the fight, and that's what happened tonight.
Thank you, man.
Thank you,
Sean. Congrats on the win.
Thanks, bro.
When we talked last week and you mentioned Philly, it seemed like you almost like didn't care. You just wanted to be there to fulfill that dream as long as you were healthy.
Yeah.
So what's kind of changed to being like, oh, only if it's like the right career move fight?
Because I'm not just doing this for me anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to take another fight back just to fight in Philly. Like, yeah, fighting in Philly is huge for me and would be huge for my career, but it's got to make sense for me. I'm on the cusp of being back in the top 5. I could be if it's come Tuesday. I don't know, but yeah, it's got to make sense for me. And I think there could be fights that could make sense. It's 3 months away. Plenty of time for me to rest up and get back in there. But yeah. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with the division. I was so locked in on fighting Buckley and beating Buckley that I didn't really care about anything else. So I don't know I don't know what's going on in the division.
What's the message for someone to come fight you there? One of those top guys. I'm sure it's going to be hostile as hell for them. And I guess to the UFC to try to push one of those guys to fight you, like how big of a draw are you for that market when that event goes down?
I'm the only fighter who was born in Philly, trains in Philly, resides in Philly, never left Philly. So I'm the I'm the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's been guys before me who are from Philly, but I love them to death, but they've gone to other camps. I've never left my city. So Philly's my city. And I would love to fight there. But like I said, it's got to make sense.
Sean over here. Congratulations.
Oh, what's up?
So do you feel like that was your most dominant performance to date in the UFC?
I mean, yeah, and that Leon, Kelvin, but that's how they're all going to look once I get you where I want to get you at. So I just have to believe in myself the way I did tonight, and they're all going to look like that.
You told Rogan in the post fight that last fight you weren't mentally. I don't remember exactly what you said. You weren't mentally there. You weren't mentally in it. What changed between then and now for this fight?
There was just shit before the fight that happened that was out of my control, that was hard to stay locked in for 15 minutes, and it cost me. But I knew tonight that there was nothing on this planet, whether it's betting lines or this or that, nothing was going to take me off my course of doing what I had to do to Buckley.
Last time UFC was in Philly, you were like 4 months away from making your debut or something like that. You weren't even in there. So if you can remember back, did you have any thoughts? Were you at that event where you're like, I'm going to be in that octagon someday?
Yeah, I was at the event. It was Justin Gaethje and Edson Barboza. And I was there, and I think I just defended my belt for CFFC, and it's a dream of mine to fight at Wells Fargo. I'm not calling it whatever it's called now. It's Wells Fargo, and so hopefully things align, and they will get me on that card. It would be an honor to fight in front of my my hometown.
And then last one for me, just on the theme of Philly, your Sixers down 0-3, facing elimination. Any words of motivation for your fellow professional sports team?
Man, I'm just worried about Team Brady, so that's the only thing that matters to me.
John Arwood here from Tunnel Vision Network. You've spoken about Philly and just how much it really you carry. How much does that go into the fight? Being from Philly, there's a unique energy, it's a unique swag.
Yeah.
Fighting in Jersey right here, right across the bridge. What does this mean to you? And just can you explain, how do you embrace being from Philly in your fight?
Yeah, it's just blue collar, man. I cut my teeth fighting in Philly, fighting in AC, back and forth. Like I said, our gyms, we don't have a big super gym. We have a gym on a 4th floor in a warehouse. It's fucking hot in the summers. It's cold in the winter, but we make it work, and we've made some amazing fighters out of there. And there's been great fighters out of Philly before, but I really feel like we have something special going right now. Even we have Kyle Dawkins that comes and trains with us a couple times a week. And man, we're just tough. We're not flashy, but we get the job done when we have to.
Did tonight feel like a home game for you?
Tonight felt like a home game. Driving up here, I had a huge Airbnb. We literally had Saturday morning sparring practice at a gym 5 minutes from my Airbnb. We just made it a normal day. And I'm going to drive home with my wife tomorrow morning. I might drive home tonight so I can wake up and be with my daughter. But I'll be home with my daughter first thing in the morning with my family. And that's what means the most to me.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. The attendance was 17,783, sold out. The gate was 7.5 million, the biggest gate in the arena's history. We now hold number 1, number 2, number 5, and number 6 highest gates here at the arena. We broke the record, which was our record from the last time we were here. Fight of the night, no brainer. The van fight, Jim Miller and Yaroslav, they all won the bonuses.
Dana, first of all, well, King Green is going to be very mad at you that he didn't get a bonus. He was shouting at you.
Who?
Bobby Green.
Yeah.
He's going to be very mad.
Well, we talked about it, when you looked at the opponents and who they fought. But Bobby Green is going to get his own, he's been wanting his own shorts, so he's getting them. We're making sure he gets his own shorts.
Okay, cool. Let's look at that main event. A back and forth main event, very interesting. Lots of tactical decisions by both men. How did you?
And just for the record, Bobby's not wrong. I mean, Bobby fights anybody, anytime. Stevens was 4 pounds over. He didn't give a shit. He still fought, and all the credit in the world to Bobby Green.
Okay, we'll look at that main event. How did you view the main event? What did you think of both men's performances, and how did you score the main event?
King Green. Sorry. I scored the main event. I had it 2-2 going into the last round. I thought Strickland won the last round.
Okay. Were you surprised that Khamzat stayed on the feet for so long portions of the fight?
No, what was interesting is, when I first started, the first 2 times I saw him fight on Fight Island, he used to talk about his stand-up in his team all the time. And I was saying, we haven't seen him stand up and really go toe-to-toe with somebody in a while. But I think, I think he had a rough weight cut. And
is that what you attribute in the second round, right? He went for a couple of takedowns and looked like he just sort of collapsed on himself. Is that what you attribute that to? Maybe the weight cut? And were you impressed with the fact he was able to get himself back into the fight after looking so gassed?
listen, he's a tough guy. He's a fucking savage. So I would expect him not to roll over and quit.
Sean Strickland now has wins over Khamzat Chimaev and Israel Adesanya at middleweight, and I think it's kind of wild, right? You look at his style; he's got a quirky style, but he has wins over some of the best in this division's history. Where do you view Sean Strickland at in that division, and how impressed are you that he's been able to beat guys like Khamzat?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me that because it's incredible. He looks great. He's got an awkward style. He's tough to fight, and another durable, tough guy that has no quitting him.
How did you score the Alexander Volkov Waldo Costa fight earlier?
Yeah, I actually thought that Waldo won the fight, but I talked to Sean and Mick. They both thought it was scored the right way. The first round was, close.
A couple outside about the White House press conference we enjoyed the other day. When Josh Hockett is screaming at Alex Pereira and Ilia Topuria, and then Alex Pereira stands up, what exactly goes through your mind?
I don't want any of these guys getting hurt over stupid shit that means nothing with guys that are never going to fight each other. You know what I mean? It's not like Ilia Topuria and Hockett are going to end up fighting. So it was just, I think that whole thing is goofy anyway. But the guy went out and performed. Unranked guy went in and beat the number 5 guy in the world. So
you've obviously done a lot of media for the White House this week, and we've had press conferences and stuff. How excited are you for that card? And how much are you feeling the buzz now that you've been out and done the media and we started talking?
Yeah, no, it's going to be the biggest fight we've ever done. I mean, the numbers tonight were monstrous. The White House fight will blow this out of the water.
I'm not asking you to shit talk them, but obviously next week Ronda Rousey is fighting Gina Carano on Netflix. They are billing that as the biggest MMA fight of all time. Do you believe the White House event will probably eclipse those numbers, or it's?
I love Ronda and Gina. I hope they do well. I have,
Yeah, right here.
Yep.
What did you make of? I know you gave fight of the night, but just Joshua Van's performance overall seems kind of like a promoter's dream. Like young fighter, has wicked fights, just seems to want to fight all the time. Just kind of what do you make of his kind of emergence as this?
Yeah, and the fact that after the first fight, I mean, when you win the belt because the guy breaks his elbow, he showed up and delivered tonight, man. He looked incredible, and what a war!
I assume it's safe to say Pantoja is next for him. They both seem to want to fight each other.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the Sean Brady weird like betting lines that were happening?
Are you shit? Yes, of course I've been hearing about it all afternoon. This card had a lot of heat on it, and I told you this thing pulled massive numbers tonight on Paramount. So it's not surprising when a card this good and a fight like that, for the line to move.
And then a little bit of a very sad note. I don't think anyone was aware, but Grant Dawson was back here and informed us that his wife and him were trying for a kid and they lost it on Monday of fight week. I'm curious if anyone from the promotion had heard about that, and it seems pretty like he ignored it, but it clearly affected him at the end of the fight.
Yeah, you know about that? Yeah, no, none of us know.
And then just last one for me. You said that you were pretty confident Conor would return this summer.
Yeah.
He had been tweeting a lot about his contract situation, everything over the last several months. Is anything new with Conor's contract, or is it still like this?
There is no deal done with Conor. I was just saying I'm confident. I was confident last year too, but I'm way more confident this year. Yeah.
Did you anticipate that Sean and Khamzat would be so kind to each other after the fight?
No, I was ready for the exact opposite.
And I mean, in a normal situation, like split decision, undefeated champion, it seems like everything would be set up for a rematch given their history and everything. But it seemed like Khamzat really struggled to make the weight this time. And he
literally walked up to me after the fight and said, I want to move up.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight in this weight class anymore.
Interesting. And I know it's very soon, but like, do you feel like he probably needs a fight to earn the title shot there and stuff like that? Carlos is injured.
Yeah,
Have you thought about that division?
I don't know. I'm not even thinking about that. Yeah. But, him moving up's exciting.
And the other bonus went to Yaroslav Amosov, and he was a former Bellator champion. A lot of those guys had some struggles coming over here, but he's been unreal. 30-1. Is he kind of in line for a big push here and maybe another big opportunity?
Well, winning tonight and getting a bonus was definitely a step in the right direction.
And back to the thing with Hokit at the White House press conference. I know you don't want anything to happen, especially that fight week. Do you have to think about how that press conference is going to be during fight week? Like, can you have him and Ilya and Alex up there again?
No, I mean, Ilya and Alex are pretty chill guys normally. Ilya flips out every now and then, but we'll just be, didn't see that coming. They're all sitting next to each other in the same row, and O'Malley scoots back, and I'm just like, you got to be fucking kidding me right now. Because all I was worried about was the next, the weigh-ins, and not anything happening there. But we'll be ready for it. I mean, this is the business we're in.
And as far as what could be next for Sean,
and they got in a fight with Costa tonight too, I think.
As far as what could be next for Sean, Nasruddin Imavov obviously wanted this opportunity tonight. He was cage side. That's a rematch. They fought before, but that kind of makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know if you ever heard this before, but I don't make fights in the fight.
And can you answer one question for the internet? People want to know who the young man was up on the stage with the face-offs yesterday.
I have no idea. He was some kid from the crowd that was screaming my name.
And you just invited him up.
Yeah. I love doing stuff like that for little kids. He said, today's the greatest day of my life.
I think he started an Instagram saying he's going to be the next heavyweight champion.
He said?
Yeah, I think he started an Instagram page posting all those photos and saying he's going to be your heavyweight champion.
That's awesome. No, he's got the personality, that's for sure. But I don't know him, and I just met him yesterday.
You said this week that you're going to promote Tyson Fury against Anthony Joshua.
Yep.
Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren have both came out and said that contractually that's not the case. Can you comment on that?
Interesting.
They've said in the contract there's no mention of TKO or Zuffa.
Fascinating.
So are you going to be the promoter of that?
I don't know. Let's see what happens. Do I ever say shit that really isn't true? That doesn't happen? That was a question.
I don't think you do, but Eddie Hearn has obviously come out, and Frank Warren, and both shut it down and said that the fight won't happen.
Then it must not be true.
Another one from me, just Ryan Garcia against Conor Benn's being spoke about.
Who?
Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn.
Yeah.
Is that something that we're going to see? Obviously, then you'd have to work with Oscar De La Hoya to make that fight.
We'll see. See how this all plays out.
Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you had a brief back and forth with Khamzat where he said he wants to move up. Did you guys say anything else? Can you tell us anything about the interaction between you and him after the fight?
No, that was it. You just said, I don't want to fight at this weight again. I want to move up.
What's your reaction to that? I mean, the guy did fight at welterweight and then having a hard time making it at middleweight. Are you like, do you think that he applied himself, or you think he just naturally like you like that idea of him moving up?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. He ever since Fight Island, he's gone on a run. He's undefeated, won the world title, did everything that he said he would do. But with the level of success and lifestyle, makes it tough.
And I guess maybe that's an answer to this next question, but you obviously were drawn to him so much. That's part of what set him on this path. And then everyone knows the health issues and inactivity. Do you feel like he has lived up to what you first saw at Fight Island? Obviously, he's been a champion.
When you see somebody fight for the first time and you're like, wow, this guy's special, and they become a world champion in the UFC, yeah, I would say so.
So yeah, you're satisfied with what he's done. Not that he's done, but you would say that he reached his potential so far here.
100%.
And the last question I have is about the White House, and that you mentioned when you're talking about success and the numbers and everything. How do you even project? How do you even try to gauge something like this? Are you able to say that we have a prediction on this?
Yeah, it's no different than how we knew how we would do on pay-per-views. We knew tonight was going to be a big night on Paramount Plus. And it was massive, and the White House fight will blow this out of the water.
You're able to do that just with like press.
Fuck is going on that? What's that?
It's just such a unique thing that I was just curious if
what's unique?
Well, the White House itself, like how
I
do
agree.
you estimate and predict something like this of a one-on-one? But you feel like just projections and numbers,
This
just like
is
yours.
the biggest event we've ever done by far, as far as the amount of people that will watch this show. Not even close. The biggest.
Dan over here.
Yeah.
You're talking about like you like to do things for kids and that kind of thing. I saw you just like a couple hours ago, 1 hour or two ago, you plucked a little boy out of the crowd and let him out there. What was the story behind that? How'd this kind of come
I just
about?
met him too.
You just kind of saw this kid and you're like, you want to come?
Yeah. I said, you have a phone? He said, yeah. So I brought him with me. I mean, when you're kids that's the easy shit. It's easy to do. And, you can get those type of experiences at the UFC as a kid. I love doing that for kids.
Sure. And speaking of kids, obviously you had Jim Miller goes out, picks up a big win in his home state. Obviously a lot of emotions going through with his family and what his son had experienced over the last year. How much had you been kind of familiar with his situation? And
I wasn't till tonight.
Yeah,
till tonight. And tonight was the last fight on his contract. And we just signed him to 5 more fights.
5 more fights?
Yeah. That'll put him over. If he fights all 5, if he fights 4, it's 50 fights in the UFC. If he fights the last one, it's 51. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, I know he's trying to go for 50, and he likes that as like a round number. So what happens with that kind of last one? He just kind of hangs there.
I just threw it in there. I said, Sean goes, let's sign him to a 4-fight deal. I said, let's sign him to a 5-fight deal. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Dana. Here. I'm gonna make a couple of questions in Spanish. Fabiano will translate. Se habla mucho en la UFC de las rivalidades, pero hemos visto que en los últimos tiempos Alex Pereira y Ilia Topuria han entrenado juntos, han estado juntos, y en la conferencia de prensa de la Casa Blanca vimos cómo Ilia Topuria entró a defender a Alex Pereira. ¿Crees que se puede estar forjando una de esas hermandades grandes que pasen a la historia, que trasciendan las fronteras, como pudimos ver en su momento entre Chimaev y Darren Till?
We know that a lot of talk about rivalries in this sport, but we just saw a friendship being forged between Alex Pereira and Ilia Topuria lately, with all the stuff that they did with the White House. And yesterday, in the press conference, you saw Ilia Topuria kind of defend Alex Pereira. Do you think that after so much time of the history of the sport, so many rivalries, do you think we'll be going to an era of these super friendships in which people just kind of stick together, just like we saw with Khamzat and Darren Till, for example?
Yeah, I think that once guys get in here, there are obviously friendships that are forged and and rivalries. I mean, it happens both ways. I don't really understand your question, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of.
La otra pregunta es acerca del UFC en España. Hoy peleaba Joel Álvarez, no ha tenido su mejor noche, pero es un talento especial. Tenemos a Ilia Topuria, que es doble campeón de la UFC, y otros talentos también firmados por la UFC. ¿Podrías darnos una fecha exacta o aproximada al menos de cuándo podrá llegar la UFC a España? No sé si en 2027.
And much has been talked about UFC in Spain. Obviously, Joel Alvarez didn't have one of his best nights, but we have Ilia Topuria, a double champion, and there's a lot of new Spanish from Spain talent in the UFC. Can you comment on a possible date, something that has been in the works, possibly next year, when UFC Spain could happen?
Yeah, we literally have no dates set for Spain, but I want to go, and if you're gonna go, you go with a guy like Ilia. So the answer is yes, we want to. No, we have nothing planned yet.
And last for me, hemos visto cómo Arman Sarukian hablaba contigo después del combate estelar dentro del octágono, y ahora también va a ser el peleador backup, el peleador de refuerzo por si se lesiona Ilia Topuria o Justin Gaethje. Quería saber si Arman Sarukian ya ha adoptado esa posición de contendiente oficial después de todos los incidentes, ¿no?, que todos conocemos que tuvo en el pasado.
We saw Arman Sarukian speak to you before the main event directly, and we know that he's going to be the backup for Ilia Topuria and Justin Gaethje. Has now he's basically considered to be a contender given everything that happened in the past. Is that where he sits right now as the official contender?
Yeah, I mean, he was always a contender. I mean, he was supposed to fight for the title. Yes, he's a contender.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just right there, sir. Buddy the Buddy and BSD are teasing a fight for International Fight Week. Can you give us confirmation? Because it can be a huge fight for European fans.
Did we announce that?
No, they are teasing it. Like BSD said that he are waiting for the signature of Paddy. So everybody waits for officialization in France.
Well, if we didn't announce it, then then it's either not done or it's not happening.
Thanks.
All right.
Dana, coming up on 10-year anniversary of 205 at MSG, you've had fights at Barclays Center, at UBS in the area, but Prudential Center here in Newark, New Jersey appears to have emerged as the secondary venue you guys do in the area. How has that happened, and how has the UFC's history here, going back nearly 20 years, influenced your desire to want to be at Prudential Center?
Yeah, no, the Pru's been great to us, and we sold out and broke the record last week in Perth. Then we came back in here and broke our record again at the Pru, and we will be back to MSG. And yes, MSG and Newark are the two spots that I'm going to keep hitting out here, in this area. I hope I answered your question.
Just out of curiosity, how has the history going back to 2007? How has that influenced your desire to be here as opposed to other places?
Apparently, we're in the wrong room. The history here is number 1, number 2, number 5, and number 6. Highest gate here. We kill it in this arena. The fans are always great here. The arena's been good to us. The city's been good to us. The state's been good to us. That's the history.
Hey, Dana, right here.
Yep.
So we have right now several French fighters in great position in the UFC. Obviously, Cyril Gane, who's going to fight on the White House card. Benoit Saint-Denis, Nasruddin Imavov, Manon Fiorot. You guys already confirmed you coming for the 5th time in September in Paris. Is there any chance this time is going to be a numbered event with maybe a title fight on the line?
It's a good question, and you're not wrong. That's an incredibly smoking hot market for us. It's possible.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Harwood here from Tunnel Vision Network. Jim Miller is still finishing fights, fighting over several generations of UFC here. Is he having one of the most underrated careers in the UFC? history.
Yeah, I don't know if it's underrated. I don't know if it's underrated. I don't know what you call it. I mean, the guy's special. At his age, is still be. I think he was a 3-1 dog tonight, and he wins in the first round by submission. You know, that's why when we were looking at the, you know, the performances of the night, it's hard not to give it to Jim. I don't know if I'd call it underrated. I don't know. He's special, and what he's doing is pretty amazing.
Speaking of just overall performances tonight had several different tough performances. Which fighter forced you to kind of you know, change your plans the most as far as the cards moving forward in division?
Which guy made me change my plans on what?
As far as division moving forward, like there were a lot of crazy performances tonight. Which performance shocked you the most, essentially?
I don't know if anybody really shocked me tonight. I mean, even the main event. You know, I was talking to Chris Weidman, and Chris Weidman was like, "Man, everybody's sleeping on Strickland. Strickland's, you know, his wrestling's not terrible, and blah blah blah." You know, so I never thought that he was a 4-1 dog anyway. So I wouldn't say that anything shocked me. I would say impressed. The Van fight was incredible. I mean, what a war back and forth, and but nobody's fight tonight made me change my plans or shook up anything in any of the divisions. But the Van looked incredible tonight.
Dana, over here. There was an issue yesterday. Like a lot of people online were talking about the Khamzat's weigh-in particular. Like they were a bit concerned that perhaps he didn't quite get the 185 on the button. Could you explain to us, like, first off, have you seen that?
You know, the New Jersey State Athletic Commission oversees the weigh-ins, right? And Jeremy Stevens missed by 4 pounds, right? And they had to, you know, cut a deal. But for Khamzat, they just gonna not let him make weight. Jersey and New York are two of the toughest commissions in the country. The internet's fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than that.
What is the thing? I know this maybe is a question for the commission, but I'm just wondering, what's the thing behind having the manual scale instead of the electric scale?
Why not use the manual scale? Why not use the electric scale instead of the manual scale?
I don't know. Listen, Monday morning at 9:02, call the New Jersey Athletic Commission and ask them that. That's I have nothing to do with any of that stuff.
Another thing I wanted to ask about was of course, you know, Conor McGregor. You're talking about being confident that he's going to come back, right? And I know that with the new Paramount deal, the structure of things does change. He's talked about how his contract was super heavily based on pay-per-view. McGregor.
Oh, McGregor.
So he's one of these guys who could do 1 million pay-per-views fighting nobody, and then he's done 2+ 4 million against Floyd. How do you structure a deal with someone like that under this new Paramount? Because it's completely different to any other UFC fighter.
There's a formula to it. McGregor's going to do just fine.
What's the formula?
Huh?
What's the formula?
Oh, based on if you take the average of his pay-per-view buys and what they do, there's an equation for that you can. I mean, we've done it with a lot more guys than just McGregor.
Right, but I guess the concern would be that like Jones isn't fighting, and that seems to be financial. Rousey is going and fighting somewhere else, and then Conor, we're still waiting on the deal on that one. It seems like the people who were like going to be making huge money on pay-per-view back when that was the thing, it seems like the deals aren't necessarily getting done so far.
I don't believe everything you hear.
Another one was
most of the stuff is bullshit about all the numbers and things like that.
Another economic kind of question was to do with this Conor Benn thing, right? So he signs for Zuf on the 1-fight deal, and it's 15, or the word is 8 figures. That's what people say, right? So he does this 1 fight against Regis Prograis on an undercard. Does that mean that like what are the economics of like when he fights Ryan Garcia? That's a considerably bigger fight. Does he get another 20 million for that one? And like how does the sort of the structure work for his multiple fight deal after that?
I don't know. Talk to him. Ask him what his deal is.
You're his promoter.
But it's I don't give out anybody's numbers ever. Conor, Ben, Conor McGregor, and anybody else here. If Conor Ben wants to talk about his contract and how much he's making, then talk to him about it.
Last thing, I just wanted to ask. So Eddie Hearn did come out yesterday. I Colm asked about it a little bit, but his comment, I just wanted to read his quote exactly. And again, this is Eddie's words, not mine. But he said, such a clout chaser, not a chance that you'll be promoting Fury and AJ. contractually impossible. Let me know when you find your balls. Is what these are his words, not mine.
I'm a cloud chaser. This Fruit Loop came out and said he's the fucking biggest fight in boxing. While he has Bam Rodriguez and AJ and all these other fighters and all the other guys that are out there, he's the biggest fight in boxing. Those were his words. You know what a fucking Fruit Loop you got to be to fucking say it? Nobody even knew who this guy was 4 months ago. And now he's the biggest fight in boxing. Yeah.
Also, are you involved in this?
I hope I answered your question.
Are you involved in this Johnny Manziel and Bob Menery fight?
I am not involved in that fight. They're doing it at the Apex, though. They rented out the Apex for that fight.
How will you and Oscar go, or Oscar De La Hoya on stage at the press conference go if you have to work together?
How did what?
How will you and Oscar De La Hoya work together? Like, how will it go on stage if you have to stand on the stage with him at the dais? That'll be a bit weird, right?
Who does he got that we'd have to
Garcia.
work with? Yeah, we'll see. There are a lot of rumors floating around in the boxing world. Like I said, at the end of this year, look at the body of work that we do and look at how this all plays out, and then maybe you guys will stop asking me all these questions.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Hey, Dana. Travis Hayden of WFUV Sports, Fordham University. With all the chaos in this fight week, it might have been tough to realize, but today is the 6-year anniversary of UFC 249, another chaotic fight week for you and putting it on during the first show during the pandemic. What lessons did you learn in putting on that show that you're still applying to the business today?
What, the pandemic?
The UFC 249 show, the one in Jacksonville. Today was the 6-year anniversary.
Yeah. The pandemic taught me that nothing is impossible. We can do anything.
All right, that is awesome to hear. And so far, we could see that. We've seen it with the Sphere and the White House. Another thing that happened in the pandemic was this huge boom in the flyweight division between Figueiredo and Moreno. And since then, it has evolved so much since then, where those guys have moved up. And now you have guys like Van and Taira. And Van is looking to be one of probably the biggest star in flyweight in recent history. And I just want you to speak about the growth of the flyweight division a little bit.
Yeah, I think that, when we go into matchmaking, we start looking at each division. The matchmaking team has done a fantastic job in working on some of the divisions that, we felt were weak, or trying to figure out how to make some of them more exciting, how to inject more talent into these weight classes. And they've done a fantastic job.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Dana over here. There is a lot of expectation on the main events for the UFC 329 and UFC 330. Is there a specific date to make the announcements for that?
A lot of expectation for UFC 329 and UFC 330. Is there any announcement you can make about those two cards?
No, ma'am. If we did, we would have made them. Thank you. We done?
Mr. White,
yes.
I'm a reporter from Tokyo Broadcasting System. Although Tatsuro Taira lost the fight, could you share your thoughts on the possibility of the UFC holding events in Japan in the near future?
Any possibility of UFC holding events in Japan because we had such an incredible fight with a Japanese fighter headline?
Well, if tonight went differently, it would have absolutely positively happened. I'm excited to have an event in Japan again. I know the staff is too. But had he won the title tonight, we would definitely be looking at a fight in Japan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Good night.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Josh from here. Congratulations on the victory and the first title defense. I guess just physically, emotionally, how you feeling after your first successful title defense?
I feel great, man. I feel great. I think that was a great fight for the fans. But the only thing is that I told you guys I was gonna finish him inside 3 rounds, and Tatsuro is a tough guy, man. Nothing but respect to him.
Did you think you were close to getting him out of there in the first 3 rounds? It looked like you were pretty putting it on him, especially in the early round.
I think the first time I dropped him, like I woke him back up, and then the second time I don't know how he got up, but he, like I said, man, he's tough, and I was trying to submit him, but he's good, man. He's good.
Obviously, especially in the countdown and immediate day, he said he would have the advantage on the ground. You obviously survived his grappling in there. So was it as did he excel in that, or was he as strong as that as you expected, or do you have a lot of tricks in there that maybe you had to work on the fly?
Like I said, man, I told you guys, I got ground in my sleeve. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things I want to do, but you know what I mean, like that I can't do. But you know what I mean. We show our ground a little bit here and there, but next time we get better for sure.
Were you surprised that he didn't go down earlier? Because I think it was especially in the second and third round, he wasn't moving his head at all. You just kept blasting him in the nose, and he kept coming forward.
Yeah, man. One thing about him is that he know like how to go back, or and things like that. So it was a little harder for me to find my timings and my distance, because he was keep going backward and things like that. So yeah, that's what kind of like saved him.
Did his leg kicks play any factor at all? It seemed like he was throwing that a lot in the early rounds.
Nah, the last one he threw, that shit hurt. But other than that, man, the first two, the first 2 rounds, it wasn't like a hard one. But the last one, I think he landed. I think he hit my nerve or something. Yeah.
I was listening to one of your interviews over there, or Pantoja's interview, and Dana White confirms that he's probably next for you. Pantoja seems to want to make this a 5-round, wants to drag it 5 rounds to make it painful for you. And I think I heard your response was he better go drink some milk. Is that correct?
Yes. He better go get some milk, man.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Just right here. How this win feels comparatively at the one against Pantoja? Because of the way you finished the fight, does it feel better, or for you a win is a win, a belt is a belt?
Yeah, man, a win is a win, but this one is so much sweeter. Just because the Pantoja fight, man, nobody, I would want to wish on my worst enemy. You know what I mean? So this is so much sweeter for sure.
But you felt bad after Pantoja win with the criticize of the fans.
Yeah, man, I feel bad. I told him, like, I walk up to him, because when I was celebrating, I didn't know his arm was like that, and after I saw his arm on the screen, like, I walk up to him, I say sorry, he said sorry, this and that, and then next thing you know, he waited 3 months, and then he came and do a little interviews. His panocha hurt, so he's saying a lot of shit now, so I don't know what's up with him, man. I saw him yesterday. Like, there's no hate for me. You know what I mean? I talked to him. I shake his hand, but I don't know what he got in his head, man.
Last one for me. Can we see you one day in bantamweight division? I know it's early for you. You got still to do in flyweight, but is it one of your goals to go up one day?
Yes and no, because I wanna accomplish more in my division. A lot of people, when they win the belt, they just want to go up and things like that. But I want to make history, because a lot of people don't know flyweight like that. You know what I mean? Now we're just popping up. So I want to do great thing in flyweight division.
Do you want to break the records of Mighty Mouse?
Record is record, man. I think that was old time. Now it's the new generation of fighting. So I think it's a little different now. Yeah.
Congrats.
Josh, how important was it for you to stay behind your jab, stay patient, and then eventually find that finish in the 5th round after going for the submission attempts in the 3rd?
Man, patient was the key, man. My coaches, even the training camp, man. See, my fight got moved. I was irritated. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to like hurt people or something, you know, man. And my coaches, they telling me to stop hurting my training partners and things like that, you know. The whole camp, man, they was telling me be patient, you know, stay calm and this and that, and that's what you guys see.
I know earlier in the year you were going back and forth on Twitter with Manel Kopp and calling for him on the Houston card that happened earlier this year. In the future, could you see yourself headlining a Houston pay-per-view?
For sure, that's the goal, right? Houston is what raised me. You know, I was born in Myanmar, but you know, Houston raised me, so I do want to. I do see Houston as my own city, so I do want to headline in Houston.
And building off that, what message do you have to your fans from Houston as you sent a message in your walk-off to your fans in Myanmar? What message do you have to them?
Man, like I said, man, the world will know of us, you know, the people of Myanmar. And Houston, Texas, man, we got a UFC champion now.
713, baby.
Let's go.
Josh, right over here. You dropped him a bunch of times throughout the fight. Were you surprised that he was able to keep getting back up and even was able to take you down after that?
Yeah, he's tough, man. He's tough. Like I said, nothing but respect to the kid.
We've seen champions slow down before with activity, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case for you. When do you think we can see you back in the octagon next?
I don't know. I got to talk to my team, you know, see what's up. And like I said, maybe heal up a little bit and things like that. So at least one more by the end of this year.
Do you feel like this fight and Taira specifically might have brought out the best version of Joshua Van we've seen so far?
Yeah, me, I always I don't look at like a certain fight as like a bigger fight or things like that. You know what I mean? The fight that I have in front of me is always going to be the biggest fight for me. So this is the biggest fight.
Before the fight, we talked about how you said like the hate and the fans in your comment section and whatever. You like the hate because it kind of kept your name relevant. What do you think the fans are going to say about this fight?
I think they're loving it, man. I think they're loving it. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Sure.
Josh, over here. So we were talking before the fight about, you know, you guys combined for 50 years old. It was the youngest championship fight.
Yeah.
25 years. I asked you if you thought that maybe you guys would be fighting again down the road someday because you guys are so young. Now that you've actually been in the cage with him, do you feel like he has what it takes to kind of be able to fight back up the mountain and give you a rematch or get a rematch with you?
For sure. Tatsuro is a well-rounded guy. And he got nothing but respect from me, man. He's a tough kid.
Now you got a fight of the night bonus on this one. You must have heard that right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and so obviously this is coming off of a fight of the year last year. Amazing fight that you had with Brandon Royval. Do you see kind of your ticket maybe to getting a higher profile as just being that action fighter, the guy who just brings home the bonuses?
Yeah, man. All my fight, you ain't never see a boring Joshua Van fight. You know what I mean? So now that I get to fight on like the higher level, right? Coleman and things like that. So now a lot more people get to see me now. So it's a blessing.
You're kind of a laid back guy, you know. It seems like you almost like to just kind of chill most of the time. But like when you're up here, you getting more comfortable with these media interactions?
Yeah, for sure, man. It get a lot easier, for sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Joshua, you have won all your fights against Japanese fighters in the UFC. What do you think it will take for a Japanese fighter to become champion?
What would Japanese fighter just train hard, man. I think just train hard. Yeah, the two fighter that I fought, the Japanese guys, man, they got heart. So I think the main thing is just to train hard. Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Van, after the fight, one of the first things you spoke about was your faith and how important that is to you. You know, how does your spirituality keep you centered, you know, as opportunities and just success continues to grow?
Man, my faith is everything. You know, without Jesus Christ, man, I won't be nothing. You know what I mean? So it's always to give glory to him. And, you know, like I said, my faith is everything.
How has your faith, you know, changed the way you define success outside of the octagon as well?
My faith, it kept me humble. in a way, you know, like I say, I'm not the perfect Christians, or, you know, I'm not the perfect believer, but it always lead me back to him, you know, to Christ. So it helped me in a lot of way, for sure.
Joshua right here. I think tonight showed you were exactly as well-rounded as you've been saying all week that you are. That your improvements being like incredible to watch. I guess how much higher is the ceiling for you? How much further do you think you can go as far as evolving your skill set?
Man, I'm definitely gonna get better from this fight. You know, there's a lot of things that I gotta improve on. So, man, you guys will see, yeah, a lot better Joshua Van soon.
Yeah, and you had that hilarious interview with Demetrius Johnson where he was trying to kind of teach you about the history of this division.
Yeah.
Are you ready to, I guess, make your own history here with a long title reign?
Yeah, that's what I'm here to do. Write my own history.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
You all doubted me. That's all right, I doubted myself. Not you, Oscar. You want to hear you. My face is as bad as it feels.
Looks a little rough, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I think I broke my nose. Stitches after in my lip. Pause. What the fuck, monster? I was so stoked to drink this.
Yeah, the fridge is empty anyway. So Sean, congratulations on the win. As you said, many people doubting you. You said you doubted yourself. Talk to us about the fight, your performance, and frankly, how happy you are to get the victory.
Oh man, you know, all fights, I love fighting, you know, but like, yeah, it was good. It was good. I had a good time. It was fun. I talk a lot of shit, so when you talk a lot of shit and you lose, it hurts way more. So,
well, I was going to ask that. Look, you did talk a lot of shit, but
yeah, I did talk a lot of shit.
Yeah, and you apologized for it too afterwards, which was very big of you. But you talked a lot. Does that apply pressure to you when you're thinking, when you're warming up in the back? Do you start thinking like, man, like I really painted myself in a corner here? Not just because you spoke some shit, but the level of shit you spoke.
I don't give a fuck, man. You know, it's like I sell fights. I mean, look at the UFC, how fucking boring it is. Like, really, like the UFC is so fucking boring. Like, I didn't even know half the, like, other than Alex, and Alex doesn't even talk. He's just big and scary. You know, I mean, that guy just knocks everybody out. But like, other than Alex, like, it's just fucking boring, dude.
This might be a bit of a weird question, but because, you know, like you went through 5 rounds together and stuff like that, were you kind of happy that Khamzat was willing to squash the beef with you too?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, you guys, I go fucking so hard, everybody. And there's always truth to what I say. And there's always, you know, there's always truth to what I say. But at the end of the day, man, all the hate and all the hate's out of me. I need the hate battery recharge. So I need a couple of days. But funny story, you guys want to hear something funny? So on Tuesday, I'm sparring Johnny, that motherfucker, PFL champ. And I'm at Polino's gym, Cruz's gym. And he fucking shoots on me, and I hit his brick ass wall, and I separated my shoulder. So I had a grade 1 AC joint separation on Tuesday, and I remember laying in bed on Tuesday night. I'm sure Chris has a video of me slamming the fucking shoulder, dude. Get some better pads. And I'm laying there. I can't lay on my left side. I'm like, you're such a fucking idiot. You were such a fucking idiot. So in the back, I'd normally like to get better warm-ups, but I didn't want to warm up and throw my shoulder out. The entire time, like, you're a fucking moron.
But I'm assuming next time you're still going to spar and fight.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just going to fucking find a cage, goddamn Cruz, that brick-ass wall, the gym you have.
You said that you were going to be the one guy who could beat this guy, that when he grappled with you, you'd keep him moving and he would get tired. In the second round, it looked like he had a complete dump and he sort of fell forward. You stuffed him very well. Were you surprised about how he got back into the fight?
No, I mean, again, he's a fucking savage, you guys. I was hitting him with shots. Like, I mean, look how swollen my hand's swollen. Like, he would just fucking eat it and come forward. Like, the guy was a savage and he was willing to fucking die for what he wanted. You know, he's a fucking savage.
How do you rank this one to the Izzy win, right? Like, I mean, both of them.
I don't give a fuck, dude. You know, at the end of the day, man, like, sometimes I'm bleeding all over everything. I don't give a fuck, dude. It's like, it's a fucking belt. It means jack all fucking nothing, dude. You know, it's like, and this is like the problem with the world that we live in. Like, you guys are always just chasing titles that men make, you know, like men will give you a title like, oh, I'm a CEO. I'm a CFO. Like, dude, no one gives a fuck, bro. It's a title. It's not real, you know? And I've been saying it. The biggest superpower in life is gratitude, right? When I first got to Vegas, when I was like 28 after my motorcycle accident, and I got everywhere. And I had my $1,200 apartment that I would go take you guys on tours under my crib, you know, and I'd go like flush the toilet. Bro, I was stoked though. I was stoked, man. I had a fucking mattress. I got a fast cable, you know, it was real nice. Got my first house. I'm fucking stoked, dude. I'm stoked. Got my second house. I'm stoked. Whenever you have gratitude, it's amazing. If I would have lost this fight, I would have went home. The sun would have risen. I would have had a good breakfast. I would have seen my wife. And I would be like, man, I'm the luckiest fucking man alive. And once you have that, it don't matter.
Love that. Two more quick ones from me outside tonight. Nasruddin Imavov already tweeting he's going to put your lights out.
God, fucking Nasruddin. You're gonna really get me on this like fucking racism again, huh? Are you fucking trying, you gay ass pirate?
Let's try and avoid the racism.
No, I mean, I can avoid the racism, you guys. Come on, dude. Fuck.
Well, speaking of actually your trash talk, I'd like to know who you think you are in saying that Josh Hockett's going too far.
Oh God, no, dude. Josh, thank you, bro. I'm bleeding. No, dude. Like, bro, Josh, you've already you're a savage, dog. You went out and fucking died, dude. You don't got to be the Mexican Jedi anymore, you know. But you know, man, fucking hell yeah, dude. You know, you're on the White House card. You're making money. People talk about you. When I first started this sport, we all wanted to be George St. Pierre. I mean, even Conor McGregor. Like when Conor first started, well, guys, I don't party, I don't drink. All I do is train. Meanwhile, fucking Conor McGregor's fucking hookers, doing cocaine, like nothing like that. And at some point, you realize, dude, it's way easier just to be your fucking self. When I first started, you know, I was like, you know, guys, listen, I got long hair. I was never racist. That guy didn't exist. I'm a real nice guy. Look at me, long hair. I wear a suit. And at some point, you're just like, you know, man, I don't give a fuck. Judge me, hate me. Life is. So, I mean, with Josh, you keep sacking your W's, bro. You could be whoever the fuck you want to be.
Congratulations.
Sean, right here. The judges all had it scored the same 2-2 going into the fifth round. Did you feel like that was the decider? Like, did it feel that
Let me
close?
tell you, Chimaev, I know we fought, and I don't want to say anything negative because, you know, the hate battery is gone. But you motherfucker, all right? Did you see in the fifth round what he did to me? He pointed in the mat. He pointed. He said, he said something, let's give the people what he wants. Let's have a man dance or some shit. And I was like, okay. Like, I trust you, the guy that just kicked me in the balls yesterday. Like, I trust you, Chimaev. You seem like a real trustworthy guy. I like your smile. We shook hands. I believe you. So I put my hands up and he fucking shoots on me. So I remember thinking he had me against the cage. And I was like, dude, if you lose this fucking fight because you are a dumb fucking cunt and trusted this man, like, I'm going to fucking go commit suicide. You are a fucking stupid motherfucker, Sean. Literally, he had me against the cage. And I was telling myself, you are a stupid motherfucker. You are a stupid motherfucker. But yeah, I was so salty, dude. And then I even said, like, what the fuck? And he laughed. I mean, that's not cool, dude. That's not cool. No, you can't tell a man you're gonna do the man dance and then shoot a double leg. That's not right. There's fucking ethics and codes.
I know you felt very strongly that he missed weight for the fight. Dana White said anyone who believes that, is an idiot when he was just in here.
Okay, did we do you guys show of hands who thinks he missed weight? That fucking scalp, ding 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 ding. He 1,000% missed weight. We had a guy from my camp was watching him get on the check scale. When he stepped on, his whole camp said fuck, and they dragged him up because he's running out of time. He 1,000% missed weight. I don't bitch about it though. I like, do whatever, be a heavyweight. I don't care. But at the end of the day, I heard he said he might want to move up to 205. He should, dude. Like if that weight cut's killing you, go to fucking 205. Enjoy life. It's way easier competition.
Yeah, Dana said that's the first thing he said to him in the cage, that he's moving up for his next fight. So
Yeah, because he missed fucking weight. I know I should get 20%. What the fuck, dude?
well, do you feel like there's some lost money there in like a rematch?
Do I get a bonus? Do we get a bonus after that war? No bonus.
I went to Tacoma in for fight of the night.
What the fuck, dude? Honestly, fuck it. That little Japanese. Does a Japanese kid get it? Yeah, fuck it, dude. Give the bonus. I don't want the bonus, Japanese man. You take it. You earn that, you little fucking savage.
Yeah. Well, I guess since he's leaving the division, a rematch with the split decision would have made sense. But is it Nasruddin? Like, is that the fight that
I truly believe in UFC rankings. I think they fucking matter, and I hate when guys jump them. So if that's who the UFC, if that's the rankings, that's who it is. Let's go.
What were you and Joe Rogan talking about before the decision was read?
Oh, I don't know, dude. Fucking the UFOs, man. APAC. I don't fucking know, dog. Like, how he did Theo dirty, who fucking knows?
Yeah, just right there. You just checked the world. Congratulations. My question was also about Nasruddin, but if you want to do this fight, UFC Paris can be a good date. Dana just said it can be for a title and number events. So if you want to come.
I love the French folks. I don't consider Nasruddin French. I don't know if he even considers himself French. He might live there, but he ain't fucking French. He ain't French. He don't believe in French. He doesn't stand by French people. But I am never leaving this fucking country again. I ain't going on vacation. I will never fight outside America again. I am a fucking American, and I will fucking die in this country. But that being said, to all the French people, you guys are great, man. And yeah. Yes, we, something like that. I was gonna flee the country one day, so I learned a little bit of French.
Fair enough, and congrats.
Sean, just one quick right here. I know you guys squashed the beef, but did you expect Khamzat to actually wrap the belt around you?
Man, there is something, and like you guys can't, unless you've experienced it, you just don't know what it's like. When you go and fight another man and like, bro, your soul is just exposed. When you're fucking bleeding and he's bleeding and like, I want to quit. He wants to quit. We don't want to be there. Like, you just have this level of respect for one another that it like transcends race, religion, like nationality, country. It's just, it's something that you just don't know. After, like, you kind of become someone's brother after you and him try to die, win or lose,
And so I guess that was after the fight, but even the broadcast was pretty shocked that you guys like touched gloves during the instruction. So why do that?
Like Chimaev said, I made him the most money he's ever made on a fight. You're welcome, Chimaev.
Yeah, I don't know how deeply you want to get into this, but I would really like to know, like, when you said you're selling the fight, and do you feel like you and Khamzat worked together to manufacture something here, or was there?
No. At the moment, the guy kicked me in the balls. The fuck, dude. I don't like to be threatened. Like, and maybe it's just like who he is as a person, but like when he was in the gym, he was really threatening, right? Like he just had that threatening demeanor. And maybe it's like the little man inside me, but when you threaten me, I just like, I want to fucking murder you. I want to kill you. So like, and maybe he didn't take it that way. Maybe it's just his like Chechen sense of humor, but like always in the gym, he would like always kind of like punk me, where I was like, well, let's go spar. And we would never spar. So like, I mean, maybe, dude, I could have manufactured the whole situation in my head, you guys, to be honest. There's times when you're mentally not well, like you'll have interactions with people, and like sometimes like your brain thinks something else happened, where like you got to sit back and you wait, and you got to start like come to the problem. So I like training, and I train so much because like there'll be times where I'm like leaking blood everywhere. I don't want to blow my nose. But there'll be times where like I'll have an interaction with somebody and like, bro, it's like my brain hallucinates the entire interaction. So there's a chance that I just hallucinated that entire interaction with Chimaev.
Last thing for me is I would just like to know how much was the nose bothering you actually in the fight?
Oh, I mean, it's a little broken, but I didn't give a fuck. You know, what bothered me is the cut man was like shoving things up my nose. I'm like, dude, it's good. It's just blood, dog. I think he really wanted me to win. Thanks, dude. But like it's just blood, dude. Like he was like putting like Vaseline, like I can't breathe. Just let it bleed. But yeah, no, it's all good, dude.
Sean, this is the second time now you've been a massive underdog in a title fight and won. Do you kind of thrive off that
I mean,
motivation?
dude, I was like, my last fight was the underdog.
Do you thrive off that motivation of being the underdog?
Let me tell you, I'm an underdog in the bets. I'm an underdog in my head. I'm an underdog in life. It's just like I don't even think about it. If I was ever a fucking favorite, it'd be weird, you know? Huh.
There were USA chants and Let's Go Strickland chants flooding the arena throughout the fight. Does that like motivate you?
You know, I love it. I love it. Like I even posted on my my story before or my gram before I fought. When I'm at a fight, right? And like everybody looks at me like Sean, the racist white national, like that's kind of like what the media paints me as. But when I'm at a press conference, like I mean, again, that's what the media paints me as. Sean the Nazi, like, you know, SS, like motherfucker, I was my initials, go fuck yourself. But you know, so I'm painted this way. But when I'm at a press conference, when I'm looking at my fans, you think I see a bunch of fucking towhead, little fucking blonde hair, white kids? No, dude, I see Mexican, black people, you know, you see Christians, like Muslims, maybe not so much Muslims this fight, but generally, you know, I have a lot of Muslim friends. But I see like so many non-white people looking back at me, and I'm like, it's crazy because like I'm representing these guys and I love it. And what I love about UFC in America, there is no you're white, I'm black, you're brown. Like there's none of that. It's like we are fucking Americans. You're my guy. Like I want you to win for us. And the level of unity that I see, especially with the UFC and American, like greatest country in the world, And like, you know, unity is like, I mean, these politicians, you know, left, right, fucking probably all they try to do is like divide. And like, well, motherfuckers don't realize that there is no left, right. It's you either have money or you fucking don't. You either have money, you fucking don't. And it's like, it's just really great to look at in the audience and just see like, man, like I'm representing the fucking Americans and I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, just to back up that point, I had friends of all races texting me that they were very happy that you won tonight. So
yeah, I know. Again, it's and honestly, it means a lot to me because I do have a really colorful past. I mean, I've been kicked out of school for hate crime. Like I got a real colorful past. So like as I move forward and like, you know, I get accepted by all Americans. I'm like, fuck yeah, you guys. I always say that, you know, I've always been the bad guy who wanted to be a good guy. And I've always wanted to be the good guy, but you know, teachers, courts, you're always told you're a fucking piece of shit. You are a bad guy. Like I said, my 7th grade teacher, Miss fucking Wajda, or 8th grade teacher, Sean, they build prisons for people like you. So eventually you're like, dude, I'm just a bad guy. I'm a piece of shit. But like through fighting, man, you guys know, I go to a gas station, some guy shakes my hand and like, says, hell yeah, you're Sean Strickland. Like through fighting, I've really discovered self-worth. And I've never had that. And I would never have had that if it wasn't for fighters. But yeah, all right, let's stop being fucking bunch of faggots here, guys.
Sorry, Sean. My Rebecki tried to get a little sentimental here too, but you did walk in here saying that you got into the sport wanting to be like George St. Pierre, and he was cage side tonight watching you have this fight. Like, does a moment like that, is Sean the fighter, mean something to have this moment in front of the guy who got you into the sport?
Cocking up blood. Yeah. I think I broke my nose. No, like George St. Pierre is a fucking legend. And you want to talk about someone who has like low self-esteem. I mean, every fight, that guy never wanted to fight. I mean, I heard stories of him wanting like not the like an earthquake to happen to the fight, and he would go in there and sack up and be one of the greatest fighters in the world. George St. Pierre is a legend. I remember my first fight in Houston. I told him my first fight ever in the UFC. I told him, I was like, man, like I'm such a fan, like blah blah blah. You know, me being a little fucking fanboy. And he said to me, well, hey, Sean, now I'm watching you fight. And that was fucking my first fight in the UFC. He told me, Sean, now I'm watching you fight. And yeah, it's awesome, you know. But that being said, he was the icon. We all wanted to be George St. Pierre. We all wanted the fucking Nike money. We all wanted the sweatshop money. But in the day, dude, like, I'm not George St. Pierre. I'm a white trash motherfucker, dude. And I say a lot of off-color shit. And let's go, Monster. That's good. All right, guys. Hey, anyways, man, I appreciate you guys. Let the hate battery recharge. I'll give you some better interviews later.